Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to start the afternoon session. Please proceed to the conference room and take a seat. Thank you. This afternoon, we'll start with the keynote session. It's our honor to have Dr. Nguyễn Thị Lan Anh, IC Institute, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, to moderate this session. Participating in this keynote session, I am pleased to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Rina Lee, Singapore Ambassador for Ocean and Law of the Sea issue, and the President of the United Nations Intergovernmental Conference on BBNJ Agreement, joining us online. Dr. Lan Anh, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, Rina, again. We are very honored to have you here for the keynote remark. I have to share with you a very good news that this morning we discussed about the main content of the BBNJ agreement, and more of the speakers believe that the new BBNJ agreement complement in a good deal to UNCLOS. So therefore, as an implementation agreement of UNCLOS, it will help to hopefully promote the implementation of UNCLOS for the time to come. And some of the main content that the speaker really appreciate, which is the definition and the appreciation of marine genetic resources, the digital sequences information, the mechanism that allow member country to establish ABMTs, including the MPA, the way that the new agreement provide for very specific and detailed procedure and condition to conduct marine environment impact assessment. And last but not least, we also touch upon the huge impact on capacity building and transfer of marine technologies. We also discussed about how to have the provision in the new agreement to contribute to new area of deep seabed mining. I know that the new agreement doesn't touch upon directly on deep seabed mining, but how it can have a connection to deep seabed mining. So with that in mind, we would like to congratulate for your presidency. Perhaps everyone already know that Ambassador Rina Lee is the second president of Singapore who successfully conclude the international negotiation for a legal instrument on the law of the sea after the president, the first president, which is Ambassador Tomiko. So I hope that we bring good news, and we are looking forward to have your sharing about the situation of the negotiation, as well as your assessment for the future of the agreement. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Well, very good afternoon to everybody in Vietnam. You know, as the camera pans across the audience, I'm seeing many friends in the audience, which makes me wish all the more that I could be there with you in person. But I want to thank the organizers, the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, for inviting me to join you in this 13th Ocean Dialogue. Really wish I could have been there, but thank you to the organizers for making this remote link possible. And the theme of today's program, which is about exploring new frontiers of high and deep seas, it really speaks to the recent developments in the law of the sea, including the adoption of the BBNJ agreement. And I'm happy to hear that in the morning, we talked a lot about the contents of the BBNJ agreement. It's true, it's the first implementing agreement under UNCLOS in 30 years since the fish stocks agreement. It does amplify the provisions of UNCLOS, and nowhere do you see it clearer than in the provisions on environmental impact assessments. So we always knew there was Article 206, but what Article 206 really required us to do has been fleshed out in the BBNJ agreement. And likewise, you know, some of the other provisions around marine, transfer of marine technology. But there are other elements of the BBNJ agreement which, in particular, I'm thinking of the section on marine genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, which are less, it's less clear its origins in UNCLOS, but I think they all centrally relate to the management, conservation and sustainable use of the marine biological diversity. So that, in that sense, also stemming from the general approach in UNCLOS. This new agreement that we negotiated and adopted last year has really been, I'm sure you know this, a long time in the making. It from the time that the UN started looking at issues on biodiversity until its adoption, it took around 20 years. Although the actual time taken to negotiate the agreement was very much shorter, because I only introduced the text of the agreement in the summer of 2019. So it didn't take as long when you count in the years interrupted by the pandemic as well. And so with the adoption of the BBNJ agreement, we have closed one chapter of the what I call the BBNJ story, but the work is not done. And there's still more to do as we move on to the next chapter of the BBNJ story. So really, because you had the session in the morning, it's not my intention to go into detail on the content of the BBNJ agreement, but rather to share what's next. But later on in the question and answer session, if there are questions about the agreement, I'm very happy to take that on. Before I join all of you in this session, I took a quick look at the UN Treaty series, the UN Treaty database, to get the latest numbers on the number of parties who have, the number of countries who have signed the agreement and the number of parties. So since the agreement opened for signature on the 20th of September 2023, which is just a little over a year ago, there have been 105 signatures and 14 parties. Of the 14 parties, 4 come from Asia, namely Bangladesh, Maldives, Timor-Leste, and Singapore. So it's not a bad start, but entry into force of the agreement requires 60 ratifications. So we do still have some way to go in terms of getting to the entry into force stage. Although 60 is the target right now, that I am suggesting is the initial target. Because the geographic scope of the agreement applies to the high seas and the deep sea bed, I think we should aim for near, if not universal participation in the agreement, precisely because the areas beyond national jurisdiction are really the global commons. And if we seek to rationalize and improve the governance of the areas beyond national jurisdiction, we need as many countries as possible to come on board. But our first initial goal will be 60 ratifications in order to bring the agreement into force. And therefore, we need to pay a little bit of attention to ratification of the agreement. And ratification is one part of what I call adoption, post-adoption activities. And unfortunately, the fact is that ratification processes are very individual because it relies a lot on domestic processes. Some countries will require parliamentary approval to ratify the agreement. Others only require an executive decision. So there isn't a one-size-fits-all kind of template that will apply for everyone to in order to be able to take their ratification efforts forward. But it's not to say that each country should be left on its own to work on the ratification of the agreement. It's useful to learn from one another. And programs like today's dialogue are really helpful in raising awareness. Raising awareness of what the BBNJ agreement is about, raising awareness about what are the obligations that a state will take on if it becomes party to the agreement, what will implementation of the agreement entail. And it's important also not to forget that in raising awareness, we should also raise awareness of what are the benefits and opportunities that are offered to us by becoming party to the BBNJ agreement. And why raising awareness is very important is that when it comes to ratification and subsequently implementation of the agreement, we will need to involve more stakeholders than just the negotiators, than just the people who went to New York and negotiated the agreement. Now it has to involve other agencies within your own country. It has to involve maybe in some countries, your parliamentarians. It has to involve the private sector as well and your local communities, amongst others, maybe civil society organizations within your country. So there is that need to reach out to stakeholders beyond the group of negotiators who have spent in some cases, the last 20 years working on this. And by exchanging views in sessions such as this dialogue, it also then helps to raise awareness of what resources are available to help a country in terms of ratification. And that could include capacity building programs. It could, in some cases, include funding. For example, the DAV, or the Global Environment Facility, does offer some funding for the support of ratification activities under BBNJ. Or it could be assistance in some other form, for example, in helping to draft legislation. But ratification is only one part of the post-adoption activities. And I really wanted to look a bit more in terms of preparing for the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. And so the other part of the post-adoption activities is really to work on the implementation details. As you may know, the UN General Assembly has established the BBNJ Preparatory Commission, or PrepCom, to work on implementation details. And it's important for us to begin the work now, starting with the first substantive session of the PrepCom in April next year. By starting now, it will ensure for us that when the BBNJ agreement comes into force, we are ready to start implementing it. In a sense, the BBNJ agreement can be argued to be a kind of framework, because what was clear during the negotiations was that many delegations wanted to future-proof the agreement. And one of the mechanisms by which we future-proof the agreement was to allow for the COP to flesh out some of the details, so that there would be an ability to change the details as the context and as the operating environment change. So during the IGC, I used to remind negotiators that we were working on mechanisms, but not mechanics. We were working on directions, but not details. But now that the agreement has been adopted, the time is now to flesh out what some of these mechanics are, what some of these details are. So to give an example, as you know, in the section on area-based management tools, there is a process for stakeholder consultation. But if you look at the treaty, it does not set out details like how will the stakeholder consultation be managed, how many days will somebody have in order to respond to stakeholder consultations. These are details that are best left to the conference of the parties to settle, so that with practice, we can always change some of these details without the necessity of having to amend the treaty. I'm sure all of you will know that amending treaties are not a very easy task. And so this flexibility, the mechanism of being able to allow some of the decisions to be made by the conference of the parties is one way in which we future-proof the agreement. Because I was very clear when we were negotiating the agreement that we are not building an agreement based on today's science. Our understanding of science will evolve, will develop, and by extension, the BBNJ agreement and the institutions and the mechanisms within the BBNJ agreement must also have that flexibility and that nimbleness to respond to the changing context and our changing understanding of how the areas beyond national jurisdiction operate. And one feature of the BBNJ agreement is the focus on international cooperation. The mandate for the IGC provided that nothing in the outcome of the IGC could undermine other relevant legal instruments, frameworks, global, regional, sectoral bodies. But by not undermining, the flip side of not undermining means that we all have to work closely together. If you look at Article 8 of the BBNJ agreement, it sets out the obligation to cooperate, including promoting a cooperation with the relevant instruments, frameworks, and bodies in order to be able to drive greater coherence and coordination in the governance of areas beyond national jurisdiction. Because we know that in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, it's not an empty, like, big white space with nothing happening. There's shipping, there's fishing, there's potentially deep sea bed mining. Right now, there's a lot of exploration activities also going on. Submarine cables are being laid. So how do we coordinate better? How do we drive greater coherence in the governance of the areas beyond national jurisdiction? That is, I think, one of the questions that we must put our minds to. As the PrepCom prepares to flesh out the details of how particularly the institutions in the BBNJ agreement, including the Conference of the Parties, the scientific and technical body, and other institutions, of which there are quite a number in the BBNJ agreement, may interact with other relevant instruments, frameworks, and bodies is something that we will need to consider. And when we consider the questions of the interactions amongst the different bodies, I think that there is also a need to consider what will be required nationally, meaning at the national level. If you look at Article 8.2 of the BBNJ agreement, it requires parties to endeavor to promote the objectives of the BBNJ agreement if they are members of other relevant instruments, frameworks, and bodies. And in order to drive that level of international cooperation, as we hope to do so through the BBNJ agreement, I think it is necessary to have a certain degree of coordination at the national level. And I think many of you will understand what I mean. You will have, for example, you could have like your transport ministry or your shipping ministry attend meetings of the IMO. Maybe your fisheries ministry attends meetings at the FAO. Your environment ministry maybe attends meetings of UNEP. And you know, maybe your foreign affairs attended meetings of BBNJ. And maybe you have your technology or some other agency that attends meetings of the ISA. So how do we bring all these efforts together at the national level so that when you go to the international level, there is a certain coherence in the messages, in the positions that are taken? I think that will help to drive greater coordination at the international level as well. And so we also need to be creative. It's not business as usual, because unlike many other shall we say, treaty arrangements, which which are quite self-contained, the BBNJ agreement does actually require us to work with other regimes. And therefore, I think we need to put our minds to how is this going to work in practice? Practically, how do we involve these other regimes? So I think that the rest of the program, as I've seen your panel on looking at submarine cables, looking at fisheries, and I know you looked at deep seabed mining. I think all that I hope will lead to a very good dialogue amongst all participants, as well as a fruitful exchange of ideas in order that we can collectively write the next chapter of the BBNJ story. So I'm very happy to take questions now.
Thank you very much, Rina. Perhaps before opening the floor for the audience, I would like to abuse my role to ask you a questions. During your presidency, do you face any situation that is really difficult for you to narrow the gaps, the differences between different delegation, different group of interests, in order to arrive at the final conclusion of the agreement? And now I perhaps open the floor for the audience to ask questions and perhaps just to talk with Rina. Yes, I saw one of the hand here. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, organizer, inviting me to attend to our talk show. And thank you very much, Ambassador, who gave us a very excellent introduction to the BGNZ. And my question is that the United States, as you all know, the United States signed the UNCLOS, but United States is not a party to the UNCLOS. And we all know the United States also participate to the negotiation of these ABNZ. And how about its way to be a party of the ABNG? And we can predict the impacts of its acceptance to the ABNZ for the future of the agreement. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the audience on site? Yes, please, Mary.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for joining us today. My question is, if you were to give a short pitch to the ASEAN member states to sign or to ratify, a number have already signed the agreement, including Vietnam and the Philippines, but have not ratified it. So if you were to make a pitch, like a short elevator pitch for the ASEAN member states to become state parties to the BBNJ agreement, what would it sound like? Thank you.
I'm not sure. We also received 2 questions from online participants. I'm not sure whether you can see it in the Q&A section box. If not, perhaps I can read out for you. Okay. We have the first question. How does the BBNJ agreement align with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and existing regional agreements? And the second question is there any possibility that the provision of the BBNJ agreement could be exploited as a tool to reinforce national sovereignty claims and limit other countries' access to resources? So perhaps we have already 5 questions. I get back to you, Rina.
Well, thank you very much to everybody for all your questions. Clearly, I know I'm speaking in the room of people who are probably more expert than me on these questions, and I'm just going to take them not in the order in which they came. But maybe first, let me address the question of what were the difficult areas or what were the difficult gaps to plug during the negotiations itself. What were some of the really key issues that were difficult? I want to say that actually everything was difficult to close, and I'm not being, I hope I don't come across as sounding facetious. Why I say every issue was difficult was because in our mandate, we were required to take a package approach. As in, we had to take all elements of the package, meaning the marine genetic resources, area-based management tools, EIAs, and capacity building together as a package. In fact, in the mandate, it says something like together and as a whole. So even though some issues seem a bit more straightforward, but because we had to build the package around the entire agreement, it meant that in a way, every issue had about the same level of importance because one couldn't go without the other. And so part of the challenge during the negotiations was to pace it such that we were making sort of more or less the negotiations in the different tracks were more or less keeping pace so that the delegations could see the package moving forward together as a whole. So I think that was the challenging part of it. How does the agreement align with UNCLOS? I already, I think at the outset, had said that there are some provisions that are clearly an amplification of the provisions in UNCLOS. And the clearest example would be the environmental impact assessments. If you look at Article 206 of UNCLOS, it does provide for the conduct of EIAs. But what the BBNJ agreement has done is that it has fleshed out actually how should the EIAs be conducted. And if you look at the provisions, it will set out the different stages. You have the screening, then you have the scoping, then you have the consultations, you have the report, and then you have the mitigation measures. So what the agreement has done is to flesh out some of it. In terms of the transfer of marine technology, for example, which is included if you look at Part 14 of UNCLOS, that has also been, I guess, in a way fleshed out a bit. If you look at dispute settlement, and I think you will have a topic on dispute settlement, what you will see in the dispute settlement section is that it replicates Part 15 of UNCLOS in a manner that enables non-parties to UNCLOS to also be a part of the BBNJ agreement. So there are parts which are clearly aligned, but I will say that beyond the parts that are clearly aligned, if you look at the Article 7, which is on general principles and approaches, you will see that some of the principles and approaches from UNCLOS have also been incorporated into the BBNJ agreement, including, of course, what has been very important for developing countries, which is the common heritage. Today we say common heritage of humankind. But in UNCLOS, you would know it as common heritage of mankind. And then the related freedoms of the high seas. So it was part of our mandate that we had to be aligned with UNCLOS. And obviously there will be many studies, and I know there are already a lot of analysis around the BBNJ agreement. And obviously everybody's free to disagree with me, but I think by and large we kept in line with UNCLOS. The question of whether the BBNJ agreement can be exploited for purposes of national sovereignty, I mean, I guess that it depends on how you interpret the relevant provisions within the BBNJ agreement that exclude sovereignty disputes from the scope of the BBNJ agreement. But it is important to remember that the BBNJ agreement does not apply in isolation. It doesn't mean that just because we have the BBNJ agreement, all other rules of international law do not apply. That is not the case. And it is, in fact, precisely because there are other rules of international law that we had those provisions in the agreement. It's not as if with the BBNJ agreement, everything else that previously applied in the areas beyond national jurisdiction have all been ousted by the BBNJ agreement. So it may not be the BBNJ agreement itself, but other rules of international law will continue to be applicable. And the question of the US, well, obviously I cannot speak for the US, except to share that first of all, the US signed the BBNJ agreement on the first day that it opened for signature. And I think that earlier this year, the White House put out a press statement to say that they were working on the ratification of the BBNJ agreement. But I think those of us who are maybe a bit more familiar with the US system will know that actually their ratification process may be a little bit more challenging. So I do not, obviously I cannot speak for the US. I cannot speak for what their priorities are. I can only tell you these are your 2 data points. They've signed the agreement. They have said they are working on ratification. Finally, my short elevator pitch to ASEAN member states. Even though we are quite closely connected and the areas beyond national jurisdiction are very far from us, the ocean, in a way, is a single entity. And what happens in the areas beyond national jurisdiction will have an impact on what we experience in our nearshore waters as well as on land. So it benefits us, it benefits the environment if we were to achieve our objective in the areas beyond national jurisdiction to conserve and sustainably manage the marine biodiversity. But beyond that, the BBNJ agreement also provides opportunities in order for us to achieve our objectives in the BBNJ agreement. We are going to have to be really innovative in the way we conduct our activities in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, innovative in the way we monitor what is going on. And this will provide opportunities for our private sector and our researchers to be innovative and to make inventions. So that's my elevator pitch. It's a bit long, but just imagine that you're in a 50-story building and the lift is very slow. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Reina, for your kind sharing. I know that there is another conference waiting for you, but before we conclude and say goodbye and release you for another conference, I just like to congratulate for your candidature to the ICJ. I hope that you would have best of luck for the election in 2026, and the Asian country will have a judge at the ICJ. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, my good wishes to you also for your candidature to the International Tribunal for Law of the Sea. And all the best, and hope we also get a judge on it laws from our region as well. So thank you very much to everyone for your attention. I'm so glad I was able to participate only if remotely, and wish you all the best for the rest of your dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big applause for her, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Lanang and Ms. Jinalis for the keynote section. With that, we are now moving to the third section titled Opportunity and Challenges for Further Cooperation in CAPMJ. This session will be moderated by Dr. Nguyễn Đăng Thắng, Director General of International Law and Treaty Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Vietnam. Participating in this session, I am pleased to welcome Dr. Christine Delacour, Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security, Dr. Mary Christery Baleva, Non-Resident Fellow, Straits Bay ADRI, Associate Professor Dr. Nguyễn Thị Lan Anh, Director General, ISTE Institute, Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. And I also welcome Mr. Dix Vijay Swatwakha, Associate Center for International Law, National University of Singapore. Dr. Nguyễn Đăng Thắng, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Welcome to section 3 on opportunities and challenges for further cooperation in the BBNJ agreement. We had a great presentation and discussions early today with focus on the two implementing agreements of UNCLOS, the 1994 agreement implementing part 11 of UNCLOS and the recently concluded BBNJ agreement. This session, I understand that we will focus on the interplays between the different regimes, not only between the BBNJ agreement and the 1994 agreement, but also with other agreements, including the Fischer-Bock agreement of 1995. I understand that the previous discussions, we did touch upon some of the issues, cross-cutting the different agreements. But I think that we have another opportunity for revisiting this, interaction between the different regimes and for further elaboration. And I think this is important as emphasized by Article 5.2 of the BBNJ agreement, which I quote, "This agreement shall be interpreted and applied in a manner that does not undermine relevant legal instruments and framework and relevant global, regional, sub-regional, and sectoral bodies, and that promotes coherence and coordination with those instruments, frameworks, and bodies." For this session, we have an impressive list of speakers, and I, as a moderator, is to moderate. And I take the liberty to reorganize the order of presentation. It's not an issue of gender where we have one man to make introduction and the other man to conclude. But this simply to facilitate the discussion in my view. So without further ado, we will start with the presentation. The first one will touch upon the BBNJ agreement and submarine cables. We all know that submarine cable, the legal regime of it was concluded in the late 19th century, the 1884 Cable Convention. Some of the provisions of that convention were included in UNCLOS. And now we see how the BBNJ, which is like 1 century and a half younger, dealing with the submarine cable issues. We have a Dr. Christine Dalacker from UNCOR to talk about this issue. Dr. Christine Dalacker is lecturer at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security, UNCOR for short, in Wollongong University. Previously, she was a researcher at the Norwegian Centre for the Law of the Sea and Sea Laws, another leading center for law of the sea, and the UIT, the Arctic University of Norway in Tromsø, Norway. And before that, she was associate director at the Center for International Law in Singapore at the National University of Singapore. We have a lot of CIN related associates here. Dr. Dalacker has presented, published, and taught on a wide range of law of the sea topics, including the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity, distributed mining, the historical development of the law of the sea, and the preservation of the marine environment. She holds PhD from University of Tromsø, the Arctic University of Norway, and Juris Doctor and Bachelors of Arts from the University of Richmond. Dr. Dalacker, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very kindly for that introduction, Dr. Tong. And I have the very difficult task of not only following lunch, but following the amazing Ambassador Rena Lee. So wish me luck. But I want to just say good afternoon to excellencies, distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. I want to extend my sincere thanks to the organizers for putting on this important and timely event. And thank you also to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for their generous support. I'm delighted to be here in this lovely city of Can Tho. They're saying the green button. Here I go. So an industry that we do not often talk about in the context of ABNJ, but which has enabled this dialogue to come into being through many of our communications and financial transactions is the submarine cable industry. So in my presentation today, I'll take the opportunity to reflect on the rather unique interaction between submarine cables and the newly adopted BB&J agreement. My outline of this presentation is as follows. I'll first consider submarine cables under UNCLOS, then under the BB&J agreement, and lastly, I will consider opportunities and challenges for further cooperation. So the submarine cable systems that you see that are depicted on this world map create intricate webs of connectivity, and our modern world has grown increasingly dependent on them. A recent UN Secretary General's report on oceans and the law of the sea recognizes that submarine cables are critical communications infrastructure for their use for 98% of international internet data and telephone traffic. Moreover, submarine cables are recognized as vitally important to the global economy, with trillions of dollars in financial transactions flowing through these cable systems every day. And while functioning as the backbone of the international communication system, submarine cables now form an essential part of facilitating conversations around sustainable development, enabling, for instance, online participation in a dialogue such as this. Submarine cables are also increasingly important for marine and climate research, including ocean climate monitoring, tsunami warning, and fundamental ocean research. Despite the vastness of the world's submarine cable systems, deep-sea submarine cables used in ABNJ have a small physical footprint. For one, they resemble something like a simple garden hose measuring between 17 and 22 millimeters in diameter. Also, the seabed surface area of in-service cables in ABNJ is also comparatively small, encompassing a minute percentage of total seabed surface area. Lastly, unlike cables within national jurisdiction that need to be buried, cables in ABNJ are simply laid on the seafloor. Cables occupy a very important place within UNCLOS. In the preamble of UNCLOS, the parties recognize the desirability of establishing a legal order for the seas and oceans, which will facilitate international communication. In the context of ABNJ, UNCLOS confirms the right of states to use the seabed for cables and pipelines and obliges states to adopt laws to regulate liability for breakage of cables in cases of indemnity. There we go. But even though UNCLOS established this expansive framework for the protection and preservation of the marine environment in Part 12 of the Convention, the current governance and regulatory framework for ABNJ has many gaps and limitations. And one example is its fragmented nature. It is also an increasingly crowded regulatory space, as is evident by this slide, where we can see that sectors such as fishing, shipping, and deep seabed mining are governed by a number of instruments, frameworks, and bodies, or IFBs, including RFMOs, the IMO, and the ISA. Yet strangely, when we look at the existing ocean governance framework, there is no such global international organization that regulates submarine cables. Rather, the industry is comprised of private cable owners and operators who are organized under a non-governmental organization called the International Cable Protection Committee, or the ICPC. The ICPC was founded in 1958, and it works to help its members to, among other things, promote scientific research addressing how cables exist in the marine environment, and to promote the rule of law for the oceans under UNCLOS and other instruments. The ICPC was a very active participant in the BB&J negotiations as an NGO, but not as an IGO. Two substantive elements of the BB&J agreement were of concern to the ICPC and its members. The first was ABMTs, and the second was EIAs. In both cases, the ICPC's position was that submarine cable installation and maintenance activities have a neutral, if not benign, impact on the marine environment and AB&J. The objectives of the submarine cable industry are set out on the slide, and I'll discuss each in detail in the coming slides. However, when it comes to the final text of the BB&J agreement, there is no mention to submarine cables. Therefore, cable owners and operators must look to other parts of the agreement to determine whether and how submarine cable activities fit into the BB&J regime. So for some indication on how BB&J is connected to UNCLOS, we can look at the title, which includes the obvious reference to UNCLOS, and the agreement's preamble also makes several references to UNCLOS. Moreover, the general objective set out in Article 2 of the BB&J agreement is tied to UNCLOS in that it can only be achieved through effective implementation of the relevant provisions of the convention. Plus, there are over 40 references to UNCLOS throughout the text of the BB&J agreement. Notably, and as our moderator already pointed out, the relationship between the BB&J agreement and UNCLOS is dealt with directly in Article 5, subparagraph 1, which provides that nothing in the agreement shall prejudice the rights, jurisdiction, and duties of states under the convention. Although that provision highlights the tension between states and submarine cable owners and operators, an argument can be made that those freedoms and protections may not be prejudiced under the agreement. However, we also need to consider the infamous not undermining language under Article 5, subparagraph 2. In BB&J circles, we often are discussing IFBs and the meaning of the not undermining language. However, we rarely consider what it means to be an IFB. And unlike RFMOs, the ISA, the IMO, and other IFBs, the submarine cable industry is not an instrument, it's not a framework, and it's not a body. Therefore, Article 5, subparagraph 2 does not give the submarine cable industry comfort that its activities will not be undermined under the BB&J agreement, because the industry is simply not organized under a global intergovernmental organization. So given this lack of comfort, there's a lot of uncertainty and anxiety within the submarine cable industry about the agreement and its implementation. Therefore, one of the ICPC's ongoing objective is that submarine cables be recognized as a sustainable use of the oceans. And this objective is in line with the definitions of ABMT and MPA that are set out on the slide, which both include conservation and sustainable use objectives. And seeking recognition that submarine cables are critical infrastructure with respect to EIAs, the ICPC seeks regulatory certainty that treatment of submarine cable activities will fall below the screening threshold under Article 31, which is that first threshold, and that submarine cable installation and repair will not exceed the second threshold, which would require a full environmental impact assessment. Regarding ICPC's third objective, regulatory certainty around these issues will take time to achieve. At the close of the IGC, after a 36-hour marathon session, the states adopted an agreement that essentially defers the development of the terms of reference, the modalities for cooperation and consultation, and the various mechanisms for the first meeting of the COP. But this deferment, it creates both uncertainty and opportunity for states and industry, as we will discuss in this next section. So where do things stand and what is next for the BB&J agreement? And even though it took nearly 20 years to negotiate, adopting the text of the agreement was just the first step. Preparing member states for the agreement coming into force will take work and outreach. NGOs are working hard in this regard to market and promote the agreement, but this rush to ratify really minimizes to some extent the significant amount of work that is required to ratify an agreement of this scope, since it cuts across so many ministries and departments. The efforts to ratify the BB&J agreement have also highlighted the tensions and difficulties in the governance of areas within national jurisdiction, especially between ministries as to how the BB&J agreement will be administered within existing policies and practices. Lastly, once the agreement comes into force, establishing the agreement's institutions will be the key to determining the overall success and robustness of the new regime. And it's this last takeaway that leads me to the consideration of prospects for collaboration between governments and industry. Governments and the submarine cable industry, indeed, they will have opportunities to collaborate in supporting efforts to ratify and implement the BB&J agreement. And I've put a few ideas up on the slide for us to kind of consider in the Q&A session as well. One opportunity is to participate and contribute to international and regional programs and activities, including Dualos programs, the PrepCom, and associated activities, including side events and regional workshops and programming. Another is to promote the inclusion of all ministries that regulate the submarine cable industry in these processes. Efforts can also be made to contribute to interagency initiatives that promote cross-sectoral cooperation. Promoting the appointment and support of national focal points and making them aware of submarine cable industry issues and objectives would also be helpful. Lastly, another opportunity is to explore innovative ways in which the submarine cable industry can support the implementation of the BB&J agreement, including through the monitoring and collection of scientific data, both of which are required by the AVMT and EIA provisions. In my view, it's this last opportunity is the most promising, for it really exemplifies what we want out of collaboration. So to the extent that such collaboration could support implementation, enable the collection of scientific data, and facilitate international communication, it would be a win-win for everyone, including for the prospects for the long-term health of areas beyond national jurisdiction. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dalake. I think that we have an excellent presentation. And exactly as the title of the presentation speaks, it is about the challenge and the opportunities. And we are always, as lawyers, sanguine of the future of our corporation. And now we move to the second presentation. A casual reader of the long 40-page agreement seemed to tell us that the BB&J agreement excludes fishery issue, where we have Article 10 from the first substantive part 2, saying that this agreement does not deal with fishery issues. But I believe that we will have a contrary view, and Dr. Marie Cristoria Baleva will prove us otherwise with a very, very interesting presentation entitled "Time and Tide: Prospective Contribution of the BB&J Agreement to Cooperation on Fishery Management." Dr. Marie Cristoria Baleva is a non-resident fellow at the Strait-based Philippines. She serves as the Director for International Affairs and Treaty at the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. And between 2017 and 2018, she was OIC Assistant Secretary of the Legal and Legislative Affairs of the Philippine Department of Environment and Natural Resources. She holds a PhD in Human Rights Law from the University of Zurich, Master of Laws from University of Hong Kong, and Bachelor of Laws from University of Philippines. Doctor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, sir. And good afternoon, everyone. Usually when I'm invited to speak, I am scheduled at the sleepy hour of 2 o'clock. So I hope that even if we are speaking about the deep sea, I won't put you to deep sleep. So, so come on to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and the city of Canton, and Dankeschön to the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for organizing this very important dialogue and for inviting me to be here. It is both a pleasure and an honor for me to be here. So very quickly, let's just be reminded of how important fisheries are to the economy, to livelihood, to our well-being, to nutrition, to food security. In 2022, there was an upsurge an unprecedented upsurge in fisheries, where 223.2 million tons were produced, 185.4 million tons were equivalent to the live weight equivalent of aquatic animals, and 37.8 million tons weight average of algae. Asia remains to be the biggest producer in terms of fisheries and aquatic resources, with China as the top producer, having produced 36% globally. Indonesia is also at the top tier with 7%, and Vietnam with 5%. So, in 69% of the 115 million tons of the total production from marine areas was harvested from capture fisheries. So, we see how extensive this industry is. And the first sale value of aquatic products amounts to over $450 billion. And so it is a big industry, and it does contribute a lot to food security. In the Philippines, there is a saying that rice is life because it's the most prevalent thing on our plates. But the biggest or the greatest source of animal meat protein is actually fish and fish products. So having said that, going back to the UNCLOS, it's neither a fisheries agreement nor a multilateral environmental agreement. But here we are. It does have provisions on fisheries, and its very ethos is in Article 192, which says that the states have an obligation to protect and preserve the marine environment. And so all the provisions of the UNCLOS would go back to that general obligation, going back to the protection and the preservation of the marine environment. And the fisheries, we wouldn't have a lot of time to discuss the fisheries provisions, but they're there. So it does have Article 87, 1B on the freedom of fishing in the high seas. It has a provision on highly migratory species and so on. And so, as Ambassador Lee says, the UNCLOS does have implementing agreements. And so one of them is the UN Straddling Fish Stocks and Highly Migratory Fish Stocks Agreement, or UNSFA. These are very long titles of agreements, and we will have an alphabet soup of abbreviations again. And there are 93 state parties. 5 of the ASEAN member states are parties to the UNSFA, including Vietnam and the Philippines. And it fleshes out, like the BBNJ agreement, it fleshes out provisions of the UNCLOS, just that the UNSFA fleshes out provisions on fisheries in the ABNJ. So it fosters cooperation among coastal states and states fishing on the high seas based on the best scientific evidence available. And it seeks to prevent and eliminate overfishing. And regional fisheries management organizations are, alluded to and kind of mentioned in the UNCLOS, but the UNSFA gives flesh to the establishment of the RFMOs. And what sort of animals are these RFMOs? And they are there are different kinds of RFMOs, and they manage, as they are called, they manage fisheries in different regions, and these regions could overlap either geographically or by species. So there are overlaps there, and some are general RFMOs, meaning they are not species specific. There are tuna RFMOs that manage 91% of the oceans, and there are specialized RFMOs that focus on specific species. An example is the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission that have conservation measures, including conservation measures against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And CFDEC, we have been hearing about CFDEC for almost the entire day. It's a Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center. It is not strictly an RFMO, depending on the definition of RFMO, it's more or less an advisory body, and it has all the 10 ASEAN member states and Japan as its members. And in the ASEAN region, you have the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Agriculture and Forestry, and you have the ASEAN Sectoral Working Group on Fisheries that came up with the Strategic Plan of Action for Cooperation on Fisheries. So there are many relevant bodies in addition to RFMOs that help manage fisheries. So what is the role of RFMOs now that we have the BBNJ agreement? And I call it sink or swim because we are at the precipice and we are running out of time as regards the conservation and restoration of our marine environment. As Her Excellency said, there are now 14 parties. We need 46 more for it to come into effect. And so we look at the guiding or the general principles of the BBNJ agreement, and we see a lot of principles that are in the Rio Declaration, including the polluter pays principles, the precautionary principle or approach, the ecosystem-based approach. And looking at all this, we have to see the entirety of the document, and it does assure us that it does not seek to undermine existing legal instruments, existing bodies. And if we even just a cursory look at the BBNJ agreement, we would see this phrase, cooperation among relevant legal instruments and frameworks and relevant global, regional, sub-regional, and sectoral bodies in the achievement of its objectives. And so even when you talk about the 4 different packages, RFMOs would have to be consulted and would be working in cooperation with the BBNJ. And if we remember, the members of the RFMOs, which are intergovernmental organizations in the first place, would potentially be the parties to the BBNJ agreement anyway, and would necessarily be involved in the discussions, even in the establishment of marine protected areas, which could be a concern. But if we look at the definition of marine protected areas, there could be multiple use zones. So they don't necessarily have to be no-take zones. That could be a concern for RFMOs. EIAs would also have to be conducted in consultation with our RFMOs. And it even says that no EIA is necessary if an assessment is done in accordance with the rules and regulations of the relevant bodies. And so these existing bodies would have to still be working together with the BBNJ agreement. And so we look at riding the waves of synergies between the BBNJ agreement and other multilateral environmental agreements. Because if you look at the CBD, for example, the Convention on Biological Diversity, its 3 objectives are the conservation, sustainable use, and of biodiversity, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits from the use of genetic resources in DSI. And so it does interrelate, or it's so intertwined with the BBNJ agreement, except that the BBNJ agreement focuses on areas beyond national jurisdiction and clarifies questions as to whether the CBD applies to ABNJ or not. And so just very quickly, because my time is up, and looking at the riding the waves of synergies, we see that the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, or the KMGBF, or the Biodiversity Plan, has so many intersections with the packages of the BBNJ agreement. And what I'm trying to say actually is we cannot hold our breaths while we wait for the BBNJ agreement to come into force. So there are already existing mechanisms and legal instruments, and we can build from these existing instruments as they support the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. And perhaps that's something that Ambassador Lee was also trying to say, that there are existing regimes that are already working towards the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. And we can look at the biodiversity plan and see that. And we also look at the UNFCCC, which, like the CBD, has almost universal ratification. You have the Convention on Migratory Species, which is inevitably intertwined with the BBNJ agreement. And you have the Convention on Wetlands. UNEA is already looking at strengthening synergies among multilateral environmental agreements, especially during the 6th UNEA session. And then to paraphrase Jeffrey Chaucer and use a more gender-sensitive way of saying it, time and tide wait for no one, the way that it's now the common heritage of humankind and not just mankind. We have barely 6 years to accomplish the Sustainable Development Goals, the Biodiversity Plan, the Sharm el-Sheikh Implementation Plan, the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, the UN Decade on Ocean Science. They're all due by 2030. And so we don't know when the BBNJ agreement will come into force. And time and tide wait for no one. We have to start and continue working as we go along the ratification of the BBNJ agreement. And now there are also negotiations on a treaty on pollution. And so looking at all these together, the synergies and fisheries and whatnot, we really need to be able to address the triple planetary crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. And we have to start now. And today is as good as any day to start. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Valeva, for another, presentation on opportunities and a very, strong call for actions with a high sense of urgencies. Your presentation reminded me of the remarks by the Canadian Secretary of State for External Affairs, when he mentioned about the third United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea, and he said that it's not simply about the Law of the Sea Convention, but it is a fourth conference. It is about, and clearly he had in mind the issue of fisheries, the issue of, the job, the nutrition, etc. And I thank you again for, making the call for action. And now we move to the third presentation, and I understand this is some kind of revisit the discussion we had earlier, particularly the presentation by my Vietnamese fellow Professor David Ha, the member, distinguished member of the NNC of the International Seabed Authority, and the presentation is about distributed mining and biodiversity by Mr. DVJ Redwatkar, research associate from the Center for International Law of the National University of Singapore. Mr. DVJ Redwatkar is the assistant director for the Russia University Center for International Law and the lead researcher for Professor Biman Patel, another member of the INC from India. He has previously served as a research analyst for policy and humanitarian diplomacy at the International Committee of the Red Cross in Switzerland. And he has worked extensively towards foreign affairs issues and on field humanitarian issues with international organizations like the UNHCR. Sorry, Mr. DVJ Redwatkar's specialization is on the intersection of national security and public international law. He has a keen interest in exploring law relevant to emerging technology and emerging domains of international law, such as deep seabed mining. He holds a Bachelor of Law from Gujarat National Law University, a Master in International Law from Leiden University, and a diploma Law of the Sea and Public International Law from Yusu Academy of the Law of the Sea. Mr. Rewatka, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and just wanted to give a quick sort of update. My affiliations are a bit mixed because when I got the invitation, I was working elsewhere, and when I come here, I come from the National University of Singapore. So my current affiliation is with the National University of Singapore. And I would like to start with thanking the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for this invitation to speak, and the excellent hospitality that has been extended to us in this beautiful city of Kantha. Today we've been listening since morning about the BBNJ regime, the seabed mining regime. The two presentations before me also spoke about the intersection of the BBNJ regime with other uses of the high seas. My focus will be about how the BBNJ institutions or the potential institutions would interact with the seabed mining system. And my job is made a bit easy and difficult both, because what I was going to speak about has been referred to by Her Excellency Ambassador Rena Lee as well, about the kind of challenges that exist and the kind of thinking that we have to do going forward for institutional interactions, for example, on area-based management tools under the BBNJ agreement, and how it interacts with other IFBs or institutions, frameworks, and bodies. My focus of my presentation today is going to be on this use of the ambiguous term of not undermine, because initially, as Ambassador Lee had pointed out, it was within the mandate of, it was granted by the General Assembly as a mandate to the IGC to ensure that it does not undermine existing frameworks and bodies. And we see this when it says that it recognizes that this process and its result should not undermine existing IFBs. This spirit is also subsumed in the preamble when it says that it stresses the need to respect the balance of rights, obligations, and interests set out in the convention. And to balance these interests, the phrase not undermine was introduced. And there was a sort of a deadlock that existed, after which this term was agreed upon. And it has now come to define the relationship between the new global instrument and existing IFBs. The integration of this political objective into a legal norm shapes the interpretations of rights and obligations under the BBNJ agreement, particularly guiding the Conference of Parties and other treaty bodies in exercising their powers across the agreement's provisions. In the final text of the BBNJ agreement, the principle of not undermining is explicitly mentioned not only in Part 1 under general provisions in such a way that it orients the entire BBNJ agreement, but also in Part 3 in ways that operationalize the phrase in very concrete terms. The general obligation to not undermine other IFBs carries a double obligation for the state parties and for relevant treaty bodies, that is, to interpret and apply the BBNJ agreement in a manner not to undermine existing IFBs. More specifically, this was the general obligation, which I think I missed. Yes. More specifically, it appears in Article 22 concerning the area-based management tools, where it outlines the obligations of the COP to take decisions respecting the competences of and not undermining the IFBs. I would like to stress on the phrases used: respect the competence of and not undermine. The question is, are they distinct or synonymous obligations? It goes without saying that the respect for the competence of other IFBs, for example, the International Seabed Authority or the ISA, would be within the limited scope of ABMTs regarding seabed mining. In this regard, the BBNJ can complement and strengthen rather than undermine the ISA, while also respecting its competence. However, and as in this is a thought experiment that I'd like to do, alternatively, the same can also be interpreted to constrain the ability of the COP under the BBNJ to govern areas within the scope of the ISA and defer decision-making regarding these areas to other IFBs, such as the ISA. Which interpretation is more suitable will perhaps be clarified by the emergence of institutional practice. However, who carries the onus of establishing whether the actions of, for instance, the COP under the BBNJ have undermined the competences of the ISA? When I ask myself this question, I refer to the International Court of Justice's advisory opinion on certain expenses of the United Nations, which says that organization takes action which warrants the assertion that it was appropriate for the fulfillment of one of its stated purposes. The presumption is that the action is not ultra vires. Such presumption may apply also to the action of the BBNJ bodies analogically, and thus the burden of demonstrating that a decision taken by the BBNJ COP has not respected the competence or has not undermined relevant IFBs may fall on the IFBs themselves. So this is a potential challenge that I see, because we've often seen about disputes between states. However, how does institutional conflict of regime management emerge is also going to be, I think, a new challenge which us as a community might experience in the future. I hope it's cooperative. However, the world can be far more complex. Further, the general obligations that I've been speaking about, the obligation further is outlined in Article 22(1)(c), which sets out more specific rules with regards to the way in which COP may or may not relate to other IFBs, such as the International Seabed Authority. It says, indeed, the COP may, where proposed measures are within the competences of other IFBs, make recommendations both to parties to the BBNJ agreement and to such IFBs to promote the adoption of relevant measures through such IFBs in accordance with their respective mandates. Now, this is a modality proposed within the agreement to promote relevant measures without undermining relevant IFBs. This significantly, in my view, limits the scope of the BBNJ agreement and perhaps allocates a subsidiary role in practice to establish ABMTs where no other IFBs operate. In order to address this, Article 22(3) imposes a duty on the COP for making arrangements for regular consultations to enhance cooperation and coordination among various IFBs, including the measures which are implemented by various other institutions. The duty to enhance cooperation and coordination with and among relevant IFBs offers the potential, I believe, to avoid the antagonistic relationships that could emerge and to develop one of cooperation with the ability to play a central coordinating role. However, this runs the risk of diminishing the high ambition of the BBNJ to one of guidance, based on which relevant IFBs would consider to act. In the meanwhile, measures which are provided in Article 8(2), which indicate that measures may directed at states only indicate that the states shall endeavor to take it up in the relevant institutions, mean that it's only an obligation of conduct that is expected of states and not one of result. So we see that the language being used in many of these provisions is, I would say, strongly prescriptive in terms of how the COP shall conduct vis-a-vis other IFBs. Therefore, how do conflicting objectives, such as between what the BBNJ seeks to achieve and what the International Seabed Authority seeks to achieve, would be interesting. And that's where I will turn my attention next. Yes. Under the seabed mining regime, there are the Regional Environmental Management Plans, or REMPs, which are an ABMT or an area-based management tool. It's a policy instrument devised by the International Seabed Authority to facilitate the exploitation of resources of the area in an environmentally responsible manner. A REMP provides an overarching framework for proactively managing activities within a particular region, including the elaboration of objectives, principles, and management tools. REMPs are developed through collaboration between key stakeholders and are based on the best available science. The process of developing a REMP often involves the compilation of data from relevant sources and the identification of research priorities in order to address any data gaps. A central component of a REMP is the identification of areas that represent the range of habitats, biological communities, and ecosystems within the management area, and to provide those areas with appropriate levels of protection, including through the designation of what we call as the areas of particular environmental interest. And in doing so, REMPs are a key mechanism through which ISA can contribute to meeting internationally agreed targets relating to marine protected areas and ABMTs under the BBNJ. and under the BBNJ. Now, but how the question also is, what is the legal status of REMS? In a recent discussion paper, it has been outlined. I would firstly qualify my intervention by saying that this is still under development. It's not clear what would be the legal status of REMS. It derives its authority from Article 145, 162, and 209 when read jointly. However, to what extent can it be considered rules, regulations, and procedures, and to what extent would it qualify as obligations for states remains an open question and up for negotiation, because there are several consequences that flow from it being a binding objective. So for moving on for this discussion, the significance of the REMP adopted by the adopted for the Clarion-Clipperton zone is the provisional designation of the 9 APEIs, as I had initially shown in that diagram. They have emerged from the best practices relating to marine protected areas, including guidance through the Convention on Biological Diversity. They are usually an area approximating about 160,000 square kilometers, designed to cover self-sustaining populations of a range of various habitats found across the CCZ. And they also include buffer zones to protect against impacts from activities in the adjacent areas. While the intended purpose of REMPS is to regulate seabed mining activities, it also recognizes the need to work in consultation with many other international organizations and processes related to the protection of the marine environment. In the implementation of the environment management plans, the Council's decision to adopt EMPs encourages further dialogue with all stakeholders to ensure complementarity with regard to the proposed APEIs. To date, this has primarily been achieved through invitations of relevant actors for the workshops, as you can see here. These workshops, as a matter of good practice, have also provided the opportunity to recognize and respond to existing management measures that have been adopted in other competent authorities. Therefore, the final question that I would like to address in my presentation is, what is the kind of cooperation mechanism that exists within the ISA, which would sort of look towards the BBNJ, and where do they interact from that point of view? The ISA in its strategy has noted that the development of REMP must take a coherent and coordinated approach to process and to the process, and identifies it as an essential. It is essential that REMPs are developed transparently under the auspices of the ISA. According to the standardized approach, which is currently being developed by the Legal and Technical Commission, such workshops should include a range of diverse expertise and stakeholders, in particular those with expertise in technology, conservation planning, environmental management and monitoring, and should also include participation of relevant international organizations and regional organizations. The Legal and Technical Commission, with the assistance of the Secretariat, may further decide if more consultation and more workshops are needed in order to develop REMPs. And as you can see on the slide, there are REMPs being developed for the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, the Central Indian Ocean Basin, Northwest Pacific Ocean. And there are multiple workshops that are being scheduled. The most recent one that I think is going to happen is somewhere in April next year in China for the Indian Ocean. And after such consultations only, the draft REMP is released for stakeholder consultation, where other IFBs are offered opportunity to provide comments. Thereafter, the LTC considers such comments and develops the final version of the REMPs and recommends to the Council for adoption. Finally, because of the specific mandate that was also given in the session description for our presentations, I would like to also sort of just draw the attention to this provision, which is Article 18, which provides that the establishment of ABMTs, including MPAs, shall not be relied upon as a basis for asserting or denying any claims to sovereignty, sovereign rights, or jurisdiction, including in respect of any disputes relating thereto. The Conference of Parties shall not consider for decisions, proposals for the establishment of such ABMTs, including MPAs, and in no case shall proposals be interpreted as recognition or non-recognition of any claims to sovereignty, sovereign rights, or jurisdiction. The provision, in my view, reflects a strong prescriptive language of shall not, which I believe constrains the scope of establishing ABMTs in the region, and it may be interpreted as rendering this aspect of the agreement inoperable in the East Sea or the South China Sea. Overall, some of the challenges and opportunities that I believe emerge from the intersection of these two regimes are that the difference in the threshold of environmental harm, where seabed mining is geared towards facilitating mining while minimizing its effect, and the BBNJ regime is geared towards biodiversity protection and preservation, requires reconciling, especially when these objectives are intersecting. It's, I believe, going to be a challenge. And finally, developing coordination and cooperation mechanisms between BBNJ and seabed mining regimes to develop ABMTs which are effective and do not undermine existing regimes set up by ISA is both an area of opportunity for comprehensive management of the area and a challenge in terms of avoiding institutional conflict. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warka. I'm very happy that you have some of your final observation are actually an introduction to the last presentation, which has not been written in your paper. So we move directly to the final presentation by an impressive woman who needs no introduction. But if you read her CV, which is always a delight for me, you will see that she's very modest. I must say that Professor Lan Anh is a leading expert on the law of the Sea of Vietnam, and that's why, as Ambassador Renali said, that she has been nominated for the as a candidate of Vietnam for ITLOS in the upcoming election. And I hope that after the presentation today, you will advise our government for the favorable position towards the Vietnamese candidacy. Lan Anh, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tan. I'm so sorry for occupying so many time of your much of your time in the conference. I was asked to deliver the presentation at the last minute in replacement for one of our speakers from Japan that unfortunately cannot be with us today. So the topic, in accordance with the panel, will be the cooperation under BBNJ agreement, opportunity and challenges for the South China Sea. And to be honest, it's very difficult because throughout the conference today, we always repeated, ask ourselves whether or not we have the ABNG in the South China Sea and therefore open for cooperation. So first of all, I just would like to go through the cooperation provided under BBNJ agreement. Totally, cooperation as a term has been mentioned 24 times in 13 articles in the agreement. And it's been mentioned in Article 2 on objective, in Article 8 on international cooperation, in Article 11 and 14 on genetic resources and digital sequence, as well as fair and equitable sharing of benefits. It's been mentioned in Article 17 and 22 on the use and the establishment of area-based management tools. And it's also mentioned in Article 39 on conducting strategic environmental assessment. It also been mentioned in 3 articles from Article 40 to Article 42 on capacity building and transfer of marine technologies. And finally, it's been mentioned in a number of institutions established under the agreement, namely the Conference of Parties, the Secretariat, and the Clearinghouse mechanism. So basically, we hear repeatedly, cooperation is really a meaningful obligation that has been incorporated in the agreement, not just a kind of recommendation like in UNCLOS. And if we try to generate different form of cooperation, we can see that at least there are 4 different forms of cooperation under the BBNJ agreement. The first form is that the agreement considers cooperation as a means to meet the objective of the agreement. Second, cooperation can be considered as a method to implement the main obligations provided for under the agreement. For example, the obligation to reach fair and equitable sharing of benefit of the marine genetic resources, including the digital sequence, the obligation to establish the ABMTs, including the MPA, the obligation to conduct environment impact assessment, and more important is the strategic one. And also obligation of cooperation in building capacity and transfer marine technologies. The third form of cooperation that we can see in the BBNJ agreement is cooperation can be considered as an outcome from the facilitation of different institutions established under the agreement. So in all the main institutions, namely the Conference of the Party, the Secretariat or the Clearinghouse, we always see the different form of cooperation. So those institutions will facilitate the party to implement all the provision under the agreement, and also will facilitate, more important, is the cooperation among party. And it's not just about the party, it's between the party and the private sector, it's between the mechanism provided under the agreement and other existing mechanism, framework, and bodies. And finally, which is I find quite interesting, because without any word of cooperation, Article 61 provides for provisional arrangement, and it speaks out about the kind of obligation of the party pending for dispute settlement arise from the final part on dispute settlement of the agreement. We need to enter into provisional arrangement, and by encourage the party enter into provisional arrangement, I consider them as a kind of cooperation as well. So obviously, in different form of cooperation has been clearly elaborated under the BBNJ agreement. The next question is how the Southeast Asian country can apply the cooperation obligation into the South China Sea. I'm so sorry that, of course, among the Southeast Asian countries, there are some others here as well, like Dita pointing out in her presentation. But due to the time constraint, I just like to focus on the South China Sea because it's also the only sea that Vietnam faces to. So whether or not we have the area beyond national jurisdiction in the South China Sea, the map here indicates the latest claim from the claimant state. So obviously, more of the country in the region claim the 200 nautical miles EEZ. And if you look at the map, the donut area in the middle indicate that there must be some high sea. And recently, we have different wave of submission of the extended continental shelf to the CLCI, the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. And we have the submission by Vietnam and Malaysia in 2009. Which is the first two submission. And after that, we have the submission from Malaysia in 2019. And then latest, last year, we also have, this year, we also have the submission from the Philippines and Vietnam. So totally, if you look at the donut area in the middle of the South China Sea, you can see the different shading, triangle and similar to rectangular area, which is the claim of extended continental shelf from the claimant state in the South China Sea. However, there's still some white area, which it hasn't been covered by any extended continental shelf claim. And therefore, it can be argued that perhaps there's still some space for the area in the South China Sea. However, in the South China Sea, unfortunately, we don't not only have the claim consistent with UNCLOS, we also have the claim inconsistent with UNCLOS, and therefore you can open up if any country in the region recognize such kind of claim, then maybe they no longer have any ABNG. And because we still have contesting claim, be it inconsistent or consistent with UNCLOS, the question is still open. And of course, if anyone can agree with each other that UNCLOS is the constitution of the ocean, then there must be yes, the yes answer for the questions. And therefore, with that in mind, I would like to come to the challenges and the opportunities for Southeast Asian countries to cooperate under the cooperation obligation of the BBNJ agreement. First of all, as we mentioned before, because the answer of ABNG, whether existing the area beyond national jurisdiction in the South China Sea is still not 100% certain. And therefore, if we enter into cooperation in two main areas of the agreement, which is marine genetic resources and area-based management tools is going to be very difficult or challenges. The first one, because it's hard to define the scope of application. And second one, more important, that has been raised by Professor Hasmi Rusli before, that the consent of the party. Without the consent of the parties, and it's very difficult to reach a decision by the conference of the party, mentioned by the mechanism that he presented before. And also because we just have the Article 18 before from the presentation of our previous speaker, it's very difficult to willing to have any kind of implication for maritime claim, because easy for any party will acknowledge that, oh, if I agree to cooperate in the area, I might just agree that the exist of ABNG area in the South China Sea, and therefore I need to delete my claim that inconsistent with UNCLOS. So those are the challenges that obviously that the country in the region will face when thinking of promoting cooperation in the area of marine genetic resources and area-based management tool. However, good news that we still can cooperate in conducting strategic environmental assessment, because it will help to provide the platform for cooperation on environmental protection. It will enhance the effectiveness of strategic environmental assessment by sharing the data and also promote joint research. The other good news that we also can just go through capacity building that has been thoroughly addressed by Sarah in the first section. Annex 2 of the BBNJ agreement really provide the detail on how can we promote capacity building and transfer of technology in marine area technology area. And therefore, I just name as a few 3 areas that we can cooperate in the area, for example, knowledge transfer, training program, or technology transfer in order to increase the capacity of country in the regions. And finally, as I mentioned before, because bear in mind that if we have dispute, we still can enter into provisional arrangement as a kind of cooperation in the South China Sea, and therefore it still fulfilled with the obligation of cooperation. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lanang, for giving us a lot of food for thought. I think that I now move to the final part of the session, the Q&A part. And some of the speakers spoke about the risk that the participant will fall asleep during the presentation, but I see none. As a food lover, I always believe in the idiom that food for thought. And then after excellent lunch, I believe that you all have energy to engage in this, interesting section. We run short on time, so please be very brief on your question, and please identify yourself and identify the speaker to whom you direct the question to. So the floor is now open.
Xin chào. Hello, everyone. I'm Jane Runkat from Indonesia, the embassy in Hanoi, and really appreciate all the presentation done by the speakers, not only on this panelist, but on the morning session as well. Very comprehensive, and everything, I think, very much intertwine one another. So thank you again. From this morning, I've heard a lot of things about BBNJ and the challenges, the opportunities it has lies forward. And the notion has been quite optimistic, quite positive. So maybe my next question would be on the negative tone. Does BBNJ imposes any restrictions, particularly to the work of the scientists and perhaps the multinational companies related to the work and the deep sea or the high seas? We heard before the industries impacted might be the one that deals with communication or maybe deals with fisheries industries. So, I think it's a good thing for us to understand the difficulties that these parties will face so that we can mitigate and find the best solution forward. Because this is only a 1-year-old agreement. And from what we heard before, it has a very long-term impact. So look forward for the insights from the panelists. Thank you so much.
I understand you want to direct the question to all the panelists, right? But I take the liberty that to add it to just nominate one speaker to answer the question. So we start with Dr. Dalak. Please offer your thought on this question.
I think it's a really I think we have been rather aspirational and very positive in a lot of our discussions today. So I really do appreciate a little bit of reality and pragmatism about the road ahead. And at this point, again, we only have 14. And we need more. And as Rena said, she really even put the goalpost out even farther, and really looking for universal participation. So I think there are a number of safeguards in the agreement that that would not impose a lot of restrictions on scientists. I mean, this was a large concern that it would somehow inhibit any kind of scientific advancement and further research. So I think that there are significant safeguards there. But I would say that, yes, it is only 1 year old, but these things really do take time, and sustainability is something that we really need to invest in, because if we're going the status quo, I think this was very much a very frequent message during the negotiations, was that the status quo was not sustainable. So we do need to do something. We do need to take action, as my fellow panelists said. But these do take time, and they do take a lot of work. But again, the alternative is really, it's not an option.
I think that I should take a few questions, and then I will have more room for allocating the question to the different speakers. So the floor is now open for 3 or 4 questions in one go. Yeah, please.
I have one question concerning about South Asian complicated prison policies of the seabed mining and also fishery because of the China strong presence of the field. So my question on how to include the voice of the 169 country member of in-law to discuss with the China situation.
So the question is how we can gather the support from the members of UNCLOS. You mentioned about 169. You mean that you minus China of this one, because we have 170 members now to the UNCLOS. So you want to deduct China from the membership. All right, thank you. And then another question. Yes, please.
Hello, I direct the question to Ms. Dr. Christine. You mentioned the BBNJ and the submarine data cable. Is there any studies on BBNJ and subsea power cable, which I understand are thicker in diameter 70 mm to maybe more than 220 mm? And also, whether any studies are being done, sorry to complicate the already complicated problem, and whether such a thicker cables will hit the threshold for the EIA.
I can see also a few questions on the screen, and then a particular question that I think that may be relevant is the last one. Is there any conflict in case of applying the provision of the new mining code UNCLOS BBNJ agreement, especially when these provisions could lead to a clash of interest between governmental protection and economic development. So we have a few questions for the speaker here, so we can start the answering session. I think that the first question maybe will be for both Lan Anh and maybe not only for Lan Anh, and then the second question for Dr. Christine, and then we have the third one for Mr. Dijigwai Prewatka. Yeah, thank you.
Well, so for the first question, how to persuade China? I think there are different ways to persuade China. Just make a good example is one of the way. I think we really admire Australia in that sense. So Australia will enter into the compulsory conciliation with Timor-Leste and will follow the recommendation of the Conciliation Commission. That's the first example. The second example is from Malaysia and Singapore. They settled the dispute, actually two disputes. In the case of Malaysia, another one with Indonesia as well, at the judicial body. The third example, you can see it from Bangladesh and Myanmar. And it's also like peacefully settlement. And the second way, in addition to set the good example for China, I think public opinions also value. As long as we can build up a state practice to fulfill the obligation of UNCLOS and other implementation in good faith, then hopefully by time passed by, China will realize the interest of following the law and have the credibility in international relations. And perhaps I can cover the third question quickly as well. I think the best way to harmonize the interests between environmental protection and economic development is having first cooperation, transfer of technology, building capacity, and also conducting environmental impact assessment. And because only by conducting the environmental impact assessment, we know the limit that we can cross. If it's under the threshold, then we can go. But it's above the threshold that cause the environmental harms, then perhaps environmental protection will prevail.
Monitoring performance as well.
Yes.
Okay, first with your question. So just to be clear, within the when the ICPC got really involved in the BB&J process, what they were really seeking was an exemption from the EIA process. And so through the negotiation, obviously they had to, again, had to accede to the fact that we have a screening process and we have the various thresholds. So I think that the peer-reviewed articles that I've seen regarding the data cables, that are in AB&J, is that they do, again, according to the peer-reviewed articles, I'm not a scientist, is in fact that they have a neutral impact on the AB&J environment. As for something more than the data cables, when you're talking about subsea power cables and this kind of thing, I think that the debate is still out about where they would hit with the various thresholds. So I think that's something that really we just have to wait through practice to see how it goes, because it's still up to debate exactly where even like repair and maintenance activities would fall within the screening and then the other scoping that you would have to do within the EIA provisions. So that's the best answer I can give you. But then I thought that this one question was interesting that we've gotten online is what mechanisms are in place for monitoring compliance and enforcement within the high seas, and are they sufficient? And again, when we're talking about enforcement, enforcement within the high seas that rest with the flag state. But then my colleague, Sarah Lothian, she had brought up earlier that we do in fact have this implementation and compliance committee, which was really very much an innovative approach to implementation and compliance. And it's meant to be facilitative consultative in nature and function in a manner that is transparent, non-adversarial, and non-punitive. So it's really supposed to be functioning in that way that if there is a party that is having difficulty, fulfilling its obligations under the agreement, that there may be other resources that could be, just kind of give that kind of additional guidance and support to some of those parties. So I think that again, the jury is still out exactly if these will be sufficient, but there's some really interesting innovations that are in place within the institutional structure that we have before us.
Mr. Rewatka?
Thank you for this. I assume I'm answering the question related to seabed mining, the economic development, and the environment. On this, often we think that mining per se will only harm the environment. But if you look at the entire seabed mining discourse, a very important vertical and a key imperative of the entire process is developing and understanding the environment first. I don't think that has happened for a lot of other industries ever in the past. So in that sense, it's actually a good practice the way the discourse on seabed mining is evolving. I would say that it does not necessarily conflict with BBNJ regime per se, although there are questions of how the institutions would interact. But within the ISA regime, the question of environment is being discussed at length. There is an informal working group on understanding the impact of the environment, which has several subheads of discussions from reference zones to environment compensation fund, in terms of how do you have better technology, evolution of technology, and therefore reducing the impact of the activity of mining. And therefore, I believe that, and if I am being optimistic in the spirit of the day, the BBNJ regime and the ISA would fit perfectly as a puzzle. There were missing pieces in terms of how the area would be governed, but I feel that with the BBNJ also, when it comes into force, when its institutions come into play, there are many areas surrounding these mining sites which would also require environmental impact assessments and protection. So in that sense, I believe they do not necessarily conflict. And even if there are conflicts, there are several institutions such as the COP where a lot of these differences, I'm sure, will be contested and discussed. But the good part is that the manner of dealing with contestation and conflict is through negotiation and through conversation. So I think that is already a big progress that we've made in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we have 5 minutes, so we can have 2 or 3 more questions. I saw one very interesting one on the screen, and I think that it is important to address within this conference. That is the last one again, and I read it. How will the BBNJ framework interact with other international bodies to avoid overlap and gaps? And for this question, I reserve it for Dr. Mari Baleva. But the floor is still open for 1 or 2 questions, depend on how you are short on the phrasing of your question.
Thank you very much. We heard a lot about cooperation, and I did talk about synergies. And Ambassador Lee talked about interacting with the different regimes. And so to overcome or to avoid overlap and gaps between the BBNJ agreement and other, other frameworks and international bodies, there has to be a whole of government approach to these discussions. And so we mentioned earlier that the state parties to the BBNJ right now, there are 14, would be the same state parties who are parties to the CBD, or the Convention on Biological Diversity, who are parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. And so within the national sphere, there has to be a means of talking to each other among the agencies so that there would be a coherent position within the country itself, within the domestic sphere, and so that from there on, discussions across the different multilateral environmental agreements, across the different legal regimes would be consistent when from the inside moving out. No? So having this multilateral approach and having discussions as regards these different regimes, because when we look at them and we see that the challenges that we face are actually intertwined, biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution, the solutions are also interconnected as well. And so all these different agencies that are dealing with the different challenges would have to talk to each other within the national sphere and then bring that out when there are negotiations or when there are discussions at the international sphere. And ASEAN is well poised to really facilitate that and make its consensus building force to be reckoned with actually in the international community. Having 10 states, it's 10 ASEAN member states, and possibly soon Timor-Leste as a full member, having them have the same position in the international arena is actually a loud voice that would have to be heard. And if there is a consistent position within each country and among the 10 ASEAN member states, then there would be ways of avoiding gaps and filling in gaps across the different international legal frameworks and across the different bodies that work with these frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we all have a very excellent presentation and answer from the speakers, and all revolve around the theme of this session. It is about challenges, about opportunities. And I think that we all agree that there are challenges, but there are also more opportunities. And in order to rise to the challenge and see the opportunity, is we need to cooperate. And BBNJ is one of the basis for our cooperation, and we need to take action. And with that, I just want to conclude the session here, and please join me in a round of applause for the speakers and also for the questioners. Thank you.
Since thanks to panelists and attendees for such an interesting discussion, we will have 15-minute breaks before moving on to the final session at 3:45. Thank you.
But in the international law perspective, like if you have more and more countries adopting the practice, it becomes the conventional law like the US signed on to they have ratified, but they accept because by convention already adopt, then they are forced to also they cannot violate it. Otherwise, they are isolated. Yeah, but if we have to settle our business, it take a long time. So you are looking at the political side of the house. Track running. Yeah. He wants to go on a sabbatical first. I don't know what he's doing. But data analytics. Play around. Yes, the three brothers. Yes, there's Ivo, and there's Ivan, IVAN, IVO, OI. Yes, I can't remember which one is the elder one. Yeah. We must see seldom listen to the television. The Singaporeans seldom listen to Malaysia radio. Take time. Yeah, so they use They always joke about Singapore, Malaysia. Yeah, they have stand up for Malaysia. In Malaysia, in Singapore. Probably next year. This year is very busy. That probably after, yeah, after that, because we have budget with the finance minister. So after that, budget is February or March. So after that, we may come March or April. We are done for that. So this year, this month is already traveling to back T20 Brazil. We may do Thailand quickly to ink it out, and then I think year end is a bit tougher. Especially Malay. I can't understand. Mathematics and computer. So he did this program to do. He has a, I think he does it as a hobby, partly to that. Well, it is my something. If you like, yeah, people like coding because maybe they find the therapeutic because code you get logic. Yeah, correct. Or it will not do what you want it to do, but you get immediate feedback. If the program doesn't work, the bug, and then you try and debug, but you know immediately work or not. Yeah, work out. There's a bit therapeutic to me. And you made a plan. Last time,
Professor Matlock, can you hear me? Okay, that's great. People are having a break, so please hold on for a couple of minutes. They're returning and we can start our session soon. Lan Nguyen, hi. Can you hear me? Good. Professor Kazan? Professor Karan, can you hear me? Okay, good. That's great. So we're all set. We have about 2 more minutes and we'll start our session. And it's a concluding session, so I'm sure that people have learned a lot throughout the day and they possibly will ask you a lot of questions, so get ready. But thank you. Thank you to all of you for being with us. I know you're from different time zones and I don't know what times in your zones, but it's about 4 p.m. in Hanoi, in Cần Thơ, where we are, and everybody is very excited.
Great.
Well, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 13th Ocean Dialogues in Cần Thơ City of Vietnam. We've gone very far in today's conversation, and we have now come to the concluding session, the fourth session, where we are going to continue to discuss the legal and policy recommendations so that we can proceed with the implementation on the various issues that we have discussed today, especially on how to further promote cooperation in exploitation and preservation of the ABNJ. And to join me in this session to discuss this topic, I'm very honored to be joined by Professor Nguyễn Hồng Thao, a senior advisor at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. But I'm also honored to join by three very distinguished speakers who are in the clouds today to discuss the deep sea. I'd like to extend my greetings to Ms. Liz Kazan. I believe it is in the morning in where you are. Am I right? I'd also would like to extend our greetings to Professor Mats Klok, and it's the morning to you, and also to Dr. Lan Nguyen. I believe it is morning to you too. So good morning, good afternoon, and good very early morning to all of you. So let us now delve right into the presentation, and then we'll proceed with the Q&A. And I'm sure that there'll be a lot of questions in the final session because we have run through a lot of great ideas in our various discussions on the various topics, related topics today. So without any further ado, I would like to now invite Professor Hồng Thao. He is a senior advisor of the DAV, but also a member of the International Law Commission of the United Nations, and also currently teaching as senior lecturer at the National University of Hanoi. Professor Hồng Thao, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Hồng Sơn. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say thanks for all the previous speakers who addressed in detail almost matters related to the BBNJ agreement. And now my task is very easy to pick and choose some point to apply for developing countries. You know that the UNCLOS has established a vital international legal framework. However, UNCLOS have also certain limitation, and in particular in lacking guidance on managing marine biodiversity in area beyond national jurisdiction. Developed nations often dominated the access to marine generic resources due to the technical and financial advantage, and also by the protection of intellectual property. 74% of patent on marine generic resources belong to Japan, Germany, and the USA. And additionally, the nation have traditionally upheld the high sea freedom principle, allowing unrestricted access to marine generic resources without a shared management mechanism. So to address the gaps, BBNJ agreement was created as an extension of the UNCLOS and providing country with for very active tool to conserve biodiversity and use sustainability resources in the area beyond national jurisdiction, like marine generic resource area-based management tool, environmental impact assessment and capacity building, and technology transfers. And developing country where instrumental in shaping reprovision, advocating for an inclusive approach to marine resource management. Developing country get also benefits, yet it is, in my opinion, is three benefits. So the first, so that the BBNJ agreement recognize the importance of the common heritage of humankind, balancing high sea freedom principle with fair and equitable access to marine generic resources through benefit sharing, including both monetary and non-monetary benefit sharing. Second, the need of developing nation, especially small island developing state and least developed countries, are prioritized in area such as capacity building and marine technology transfer, so that the need of the developing country must be taken into account. And the third benefit is equitable participation in global management of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction through several active tools like a conference of party or science and technology committee. However, they have also challenged persists. The effective implementation of the agreement depends on its swift ratification. However, many developing countries will need time to build national consensus, raise national awareness, and also align the law and regulation with BBNJ requirement. For example, Vietnam current legal framework requires update to align with the agreement. Our law on the biodiversity in 2018 focused only on domestic conservation without addressing marine generic resource in ABNJ or the conservation of digital sequence information. Likewise, the law on the science and technology in 2013, like also a clear definition on marine technology and marine technology transfer, which are crucial for equitable participation in marine biodiversity convention. Another challenge here, it is a judicial boundary. BBNJ tool and protection apply only in area beyond national jurisdiction, avoiding conflict with national sovereignty. However, clear boundary definition are necessary to prevent overlap, and especially between high sea area and exclusive economic zone. And another question, another challenge also that it's how to integrate the management of MBA, laying across the national jurisdiction limits to the area beyond national jurisdiction is also challenged for the developing country. Many developing country, another question is many developing country face a lack of biodiversity resource capacity in ABNJ. Effective policy are essential to monitor, absorb, and utilize marine technology transfer, while effort to build a skilled workforce and infrastructure are equally necessity. We know that conducting environmental impact assessment requires a significant resource, particularly when BB Energy required also cumulative environment impact. So it need also significant resource technology and financial capacity for developing country. Developing country must also act promptly to define the policy and collaboration mechanisms that take a full advantage of BB Energy agreement provision on marine transfer and technology transfers. Yet, close collaboration with regional organization will be essential also for developing country for implementing the BB Energy agreement, especially in fostering a blue economy that harmonize the two objectives, economic growth with environment protection. And ASEAN Declaration on the Blue Economy and other OSCAP network protected area management offer also cooperative models that align with BB Energy principle. Finally, developing country must ensure that the experts in policy, law, and technology are well prepared to actively participate in BB Energy discussion and mechanism such as the Conference of Party and the Science Technology Committee. This engagement will enable them to safeguard the interest in managing AB energy and seabed resources. So, in conclusion, we see that BB Energy agreement is like on it creates an unprecedented opportunity for developing country. Yeah. However, they make also a lot of challenges for developing country, and developing country must develop, must optimize its cooperation mechanism to move forward, and BB Energy agreement is a whole potential to reshape global ocean governance for the more equitable and sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hong Tao, for being precisely on time. While he highlighted the, in his words, unprecedented opportunities for developing countries to achieve an equitable sharing scheme of ocean resources and also to have their developmental needs properly addressed through the BBNJ and RBNJ agreements. However, he laid out several challenges that developing countries are going to face, including the lack of appropriate legal frameworks, the lack of capacities, including marine technology, human resources, or even financial capability in order to be able to fully and equitably realize the opportunities. Professor Hong Tao also laid out certain ways and recommendations forward for developing countries. Among of those, especially for Southeast Asian countries, it's enhanced collaborations through mechanisms such as the ASEAN Blue Oceans initiatives and framework, and through enhanced engagements also with external parties to help with their capacities. So a lot of ideas and food for thoughts out there. So stay on, Professor Hong Tao, for the Q&As. Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Liz Karan. She is Director of the Ocean Governance of Pew Charitable Trust. She leads the Pew campaign to address gaps in ocean governance through meaningful international cooperation. So, Liz, you have the screen. I think you're muted. Liz, can you turn?
Thank you. I just want to confirm that you can see the screen and hear me okay?
It's perfectly well.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thank you very much for the invitation to speak at this workshop. I'm so sorry not to be able to join you in person, but other travel commitments prevented me from doing so. But very much would like to express my appreciation to the organizers for their flexibility to allow me to present virtually, as well to the organizers, the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung organization. So noting that you all have already had a very full day, I may be apologies if I am repeating some things that you have already heard. But hopefully I will be presenting it in a slightly different way. And in this case, given the complex nature of the BB&J agreement, I do feel that repetition is helpful. So here we go. All right. I think as has been talked about for before previously, and particularly by Ambassador Rena Lee in her keynote presentation, it has been a long and winding road to achieve the BB&J Treaty. The UN first started addressing these issues in 2002, but it wasn't until 2011 to 12 that there was a decision made to move this into informal negotiations with the PrepCom, the first PrepCom, Preparatory Committee, for formal negotiations, and then the Intergovernmental Commission for formal negotiations in 2017. Pew has been involved in this discussion at the UN following it since the 2011-2012 timeframe. And I was honored to have been leading our work on following the negotiations from 2016 through the completion of the finalization and adoption of the agreement in 2023. So what's in the BB&J Treaty? By now you've heard it in a lot better depth and breadth than I will present here, but just a few highlights and things to share that we think are relevant on the marine genetic resources. Obviously, there's the benefit sharing, obligation and mechanism, the emphasis on marine scientific research, and the requirement for free and prior informed consent for the use of traditional knowledge. Capacity building, there's the particularly want to emphasize the capacity building and transfer of technology to ensure the effective implementation of the agreement and the cross-cutting nature of that to apply through all of the package elements substance on the agreement. There's the area-based management tools, including marine protected areas, which provides a legal framework and process for establishing a network of MPAs and ABMTs in areas beyond national jurisdiction, as well as a robust stakeholder consultation process, cooperation and coordination with other regional and international organizations. And notably, the MPAs the decision-making modalities for MPAs are that they can be adopted by a vote if necessary. For environmental impact assessments, the new agreement establishes an EIA process for new and unregulated high seas activities, a screening threshold for proposed new activities, so no more than a minor or transitory effect. If that is anticipated, then a EIA process must be initiated. Transparency provisions and scientific review, which we feel are actually key and innovative provisions in this agreement. And then an obligation for no adverse impact. So the agreement was adopted and as Ambassador Lee mentioned. So what now? So there is a new PrepCom process that has been initiated with an organizational meeting that took place in June of this year in New York. That preparatory commission, the purpose is to support the early entry into force and effective implementation of the agreement. And it set out several key priority issues that the PrepCom will address. In broad strokes, they're the governance issues, the operation of the clearinghouse mechanism, and then the financial rules, resources, and mechanisms. And those were priorities that were identified through the interventions and inputs of states parties at that organizational PrepCom. The first PrepCom is scheduled to meet in April of next year, followed by a second PrepCom in August. And there is a third PrepCom that has been enabled to meet in 2026 at a time to be determined later. And there also leaves open the possibility for future PrepComs as needed. Just briefly on entry into force, it's already been mentioned, there are 105 signatories to date and 14 ratifications that have been submitted to the UN Treaty Office. The treaty will require 60 ratifications for entry into force. A number of states have announced their ambition and hope that the agreement could enter into force as soon as the UN Ocean Conference, which is upcoming in Nice, France, in June of 2025. That is an ambitious, but we do hope and are committed to working to support governments towards achieving that. Once the treaty enters into force, or once the 60th ratification is deposited, the treaty will enter into force 120 days later. Early ratifiers will play a key role in determining how the treaty is interpreted. Since at the first COP, only states parties are able to vote and participate in that decision making. So it is important to be a party at that first COP of the new agreement. And then within 12 months of entry into force, the first COP will be convened. And if the timeline of UNOC is achieved, ratification and entry into force by UNOC is achieved, that could be sometime in 2027. So again, has been mentioned the BBNJ's relationship with other bodies. There's the obligation not to undermine and as well as respect the competencies of existing bodies. And that's balanced though with other obligations, primarily to strengthen and enhance cooperation with other international frameworks and bodies, to promote BBNJ objectives in the decision-making of those other bodies for parties that are a member of both, and to promote international cooperation in marine scientific research. And just another visualization of what the busy landscape of international ocean governance looks like, and the spectrum of international bodies, both on the conservation side, as well as on the implementing agreements of UNCLOS. So two bodies that I wanted to touch briefly on are the first one here is the RFMOs as examples. So, RFMOs have the ability to set catch limits, bycatch mitigation measures for high seas fisheries, particularly for that are targeting select fish stocks such as tuna, jack mackerel, or swordfish. Currently, according to the FAO, 37, more than a third of fish stocks are currently being fished at unsustainable levels. And there's a limited application of an ecosystem-based approach to fisheries management at the RFMO level, though there are definitely examples of progressive action and more being done there. The opportunities for the RFMOs and BBNJ are data sharing across management areas, RFMO management areas, to promote conservation and sustainable use objectives within the BBNJ agreement. as well as taking into account cumulative impacts of multiple stressors in a geographic area of ABNJ. So not only to look at the fisheries impact, but also to look at the shipping impact, the impact of other activities such as seabed mining or cable laying, as well as the impact of climate change. And then the RFMO also has the ability and opportunity to establish complementary measures to ensure the effectiveness and effective implementation of ABMTs and NPAs that are established by the BBNJ agreement, the future BBNJ agreement. The challenges, in brief, will be balancing the conservation and sustainable use objectives for marine biodiversity and for high seas fisheries management and for high seas fisheries. How, what sort of compatibility is there between an extractive industry and activities such as high seas fishing with the objective of conservation? And oftentimes we expect that will come down to what are the conservation objectives of a particular area-based management tool or marine protected area. What is the objective for and what is the threat of fishing activities towards those conservation objectives? The other example I just want to touch on is the International Seabed Authority. This has been said in much greater depth than I'll go through. They're negotiating a framework to govern commercial scale deep seabed mining. Significant gaps remain despite years of negotiation by that body. And we'll just call out a few more concerning ones from our perspective, that there's a lack of environmental baseline data requirements. There's not lack of clarity on what constitutes permissible harm of deep seabed mining activities. Compliance, monitoring, and enforcement mechanisms are lacking and underdeveloped. There is a insufficient treatment of underwater cultural heritage, and there is again a underdeveloped discussion around insurance and liability. And there is limited development of regional environmental management plans, but and more activity ongoing as well, but it is not what would be expected at this stage. The challenges and opportunities for ISA and BBNJ, there's so little known about the deep sea ecosystem still, despite a lot of good research on that front. But what we do know is that the ocean ecosystem is fragile and slow going, but it's also incredibly abundant in biodiversity. And there is a good deal of ecological connectivity with areas of the high seas with national waters. So what happens in areas beyond national jurisdiction can potentially impact the biodiversity and health of waters within EEZs. And the potential, there's DSM is a potentially devastating activity for biodiversity in ABNJ. And I think it really raises a question of whether a commercial scale DSM activities are in conflict with the conservation and sustainable use of BBNJ that are outlined in BBNJ. And we're not alone in thinking that. Currently, 32 countries are calling for a moratorium or precautionary on deep seabed mining due to this lack of scientific knowledge and certainty that no unrecoverable harm will be done to the marine environment from these activities. So then the role of international other international organizations, NGOs and IGOs, just put here as a concluding slide some ideas of how different stakeholders can support the both the ratification phase of the BBNJ agreement through engaging new stakeholders, organizing and participating in capacity building workshops, technical assistance, providing model legislation for states, as well as model regulations or bringing best practices from other areas to bear, and maintaining momentum, keeping the focus on this agreement as an important one to implement as soon as possible. On the institution building front and the work moving that will start next spring at the PrepCom, civil society and other international organizations have the opportunity to bring forward technical inputs, research and analysis to elaborate many of the things that will be addressed in the different buckets, the clearinghouse mechanism, consultation process, financial mechanisms, as well as some of the things that maybe weren't listed, but will continue to be those, I think, trickier issues around the relationship with other international frameworks and bodies. And then I think the development of the scientific and technical body will be also plays a key role in each of the substantive elements of the BBNJ Treaty, the marine genetic resources, ABMTs, and environmental impact assessments. And so making sure that that body is established as a priority for the first COP will be important. To note, there are funding resources available that have been already committed and are starting to be dispersed to support states parties in their ratification and implementation readiness efforts, particularly developing countries. Jeff 8 has $29 million available for that as a pool, and they've allocated 175,000 to all Jeff recipient countries through their partners, FAO, UNEP, and UNDP. So the states that are interested in putting forward a proposal should reach out to those implementing agencies to apply for that funding. Further, the EU has made a commitment towards the conclusion of the negotiations of a 40 million euro fund for, again, supporting the early implementation and ratification of the agreement. And I understand that they may be forthcoming early next year with more details about how that fund will be can be applied to and accessed and dispersed. And then just recently at the CBD COP in Cali, there was an announcement by a group of leading philanthropies committing over $51 million to accelerate high quality MPAs in areas beyond national jurisdiction, which is predicated on this agreement entering into force. And then implementation, once we get to a COP, there's an ongoing role for civil society and international organizations providing scientific research and expertise across all of the elements. This is a very technical agreement, requires a lot of different disciplines. And I think, and it is, not anticipated. I think many states parties, including from developed countries, find that they had challenges during the negotiations in properly bringing the right expertise to the negotiations. And this is a role that NGOs, IGOs, and other civil society experts, academia can help with. Collaboration with parties in the development of area-based management tools and MPA proposals, again, bringing science to bear, as well as helping to provide, be a convener for interested parties. They're looking to collaborate on a area-based proposal. Monitoring and surveillance technologies. There are technologies available, satellite technologies, and monitor organizations like Global Fishing Watch, an NGO that uses AI as well to be able to identify potentially non-compliant boats in areas primarily now utilized for identifying potential IUU fishing, but could be utilized under the BB&J agreement for identifying boats that may be undertaking illegal activities within future MPA. And then bringing awareness to issues of non-compliance, not as a stick, but as a way of helping to bring resources and additional capacity and awareness to the capacity needs of states around compliance issues that can work with the more cooperative nature and less punitive nature spirit of the agreement. And then lastly, civil society has the opportunity to help identify and fill gaps and bring resources to help address implementation challenges at the national level, so not just at the negotiations and around the UN, but also the hard implementation work, the larger lift of the implementation work within countries. And with that, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Lise, for helping us visualize the picture of international ocean governance and the BB&J agreement's place in that, very visualized picture. Also, thank you for highlighting to us the relationship that BB&J has with other bodies of legal and regulations governing the oceans. I particularly like your last slides because it's highlighted a lot what in other international organizations and non-governmental organizations can help in assisting the implementation of the BB&J agreement. I think that's a very useful slides, and we will further delve into that in the Q&A session. So thank you very much. Let us now move to the third speakers. And I have the honor of inviting Assistant Professor Dr. Nguyễn Ngọc Lan, who is Assistant Professor at Utrecht University School of Law and Department of International and European Law, whom happens to be a former colleague of us at the DAV, but whom we have lost, unfortunately. But there you go. We have her back now online. And Professor Lan Nguyen, you have the floor. Muted, by the way.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Great. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the kind introduction. Although I'm not there in person, I'm always with the DAV in spirit. So in that spirit, thank you for inviting me to the conference today. And I'm really honored to be sharing the panel, the last panel, certainly not the least, with the other very distinguished speakers. So I've been asked by the organizers to talk about other cross-cutting issues with the BB&J, and that's, of course, is a very broad topic, and it gives me a lot of freedom to determine for myself, I guess, what topic I'll speak about. And I've decided to look at the institutional arrangements of the BB&J agreement, which is one of the cross-cutting issues that you find in and as you can see from the slide, the title of my slide, I will be speaking on two aspects, or there will be two parts to my presentation. The first one is on the institutional arrangements of the BB&J agreement. And then in the second part, I'll explain a little bit what with the known. So to start, so the BB&J agreement, in order to ensure the effective implementation of the various obligations that are put there, included in the BB&J agreement, it also puts in place an institutional arrangement that is quite dense. So as you can see on the slides here, the BB&J agreement establishes the Conference of the Parties, a scientific and technical body, a secretariat, implementation and compliance committee, other committees dealing with other specific topics like access and benefit sharing, for example. And it also establishes a clearinghouse mechanism. And in addition to all of these institutions, which are set up by the agreement itself, as already mentioned before, and it will be elaborated, I think, with much more expertise than myself by the next speaker. The BBNJ agreement also includes a dispute settlement system, but it is not a new system that's put in place. Of course, it incorporates and replicates the dispute settlement that is found under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. So if you take a look at the institutional arrangement of the BBNJ agreement as a whole, you will see that it is much denser than the other Law of the Sea agreements. So even though the BBNJ agreement is one of the implementing agreements of UNCLOS, its institutional arrangements differ quite a bit to its mother convention, that is the UNCLOS, and to its other siblings, that is the Part 11 implementing agreement, as well as the fish stocks agreements. So for example, if you take a look at UNCLOS, it doesn't have a conference of the parties per se. It has a meeting of the state parties, but this meeting of the state parties is not established on the UNCLOS itself. It's a forum that's actually convened by the UN Secretary General. It has the Seabed Authority, which of course is linked to Part 11 implementing agreement dealing with deep seabed mining, and the dispute settlement system, as I mentioned earlier. The fish stock agreements has an even lighter institutional design. Basically, it doesn't really have a decision-making body. It has what is known as the review conference, where states meet to discuss various issues. But you can clearly see that the BBNJ agreement has a much more dense, a much more structured institutional arrangement. And these institutional arrangements is very much reminiscent and follows the model that you see very commonly with multilateral environmental agreements. So for example, here I have a snapshot of the institutional structure of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, where you see that there's also the COP, there's also the subsidiary bodies, as well as other technical bodies or supervisory bodies. So if you look at the BBNJ agreement, of course, you will see, and it has been mentioned earlier by Ambassador Lee, that the Conference of the Parties is perhaps the most important body that was established. It has been given wide-ranging, important tasks and mandates. The establishment and the operation of the other bodies, such as the Scientific and Technical Body or the Implementation and Compliance Committee, will all be determined by the Conference of Parties. But beyond procedural issues, the Conference of the Parties is also given the power to make binding decisions, for example, with regards to the establishment of ABNTs or MPAs. And this is particularly noteworthy because this is a very strong mandate that you don't actually see even with other COPs in other multilateral environmental agreements. So basically, if you take a look at the BBNJ agreement institutional arrangements, you will see that it is a member of the Law of the Sea family, but it has a structure that is reminiscent of multilateral environmental agreements. So when you bring a institutional structure that is very prevalent in one field, that is environmental law, and you sort of transplant it into another field, that is Law of the Sea, that's where I see the known unknowns emerging. And so in order to explain or to just have a sense of what these known unknowns will be, I'll be illustrating these known unknowns by looking at the relationship between the dispute settlement system and two BBNJ agreement institutions, and that's the Implementation and Compliance Committee and with the COPT. And the reason I chose to focus on these two relationships is I think they really represent the hybrid nature of the institutional arrangement. And the hybrid here does not have the meaning as the word hybrid that you usually hear during the negotiation of the BBNJ agreement. It's a hybrid in the sense of it combines law of the sea structure and environmental agreement structure. So first of all, the Implementation and Compliance Committee, I believe Christine in her Q&A has already touched upon this, so thank you, Christine. I won't need to talk too much about it. But basically, Article 55 of the BBNJ agreement establishes an Implementation and Compliance Committee. So that what this means is that the Implementation and Compliance Committee will exist alongside a compulsory dispute settlement system. And this is something that's quite special because even though quite a few multilateral environmental agreements do contain dispute settlement mechanisms, very few of them would contain a compulsory dispute settlement system. So this is the law of the sea impact on the institutional structure of the BBNJ agreement. So the existence of both an Implementation and Compliance Committee and a compulsory dispute settlement, I think will raise quite interesting questions regarding the enforcement or implementation of these of the obligations under the BBNJ agreement. As has been mentioned, the Implementation and Compliance Committee will be facilitative in nature. It will be non-adversarial and it will be non-punitive. So based on this wording, it seems that the Implementation and Compliance Committee of the BBNJ agreement belongs to what is usually known as the new generation of committees, which are very much focused on facilitating compliance. And this is especially important in a lot of environmental agreements because there, as Professor Tao has mentioned, a lot of states, especially developing states, face a lot of difficulties and challenges in meeting their obligations. And so the non-compliance with the obligations may not come from ill will or from lack of will, but from the lack of capacity. And therefore, Implementation and Compliance Committees are there to assist and to provide the resources and the support these countries to meet their obligations. But the fact that these two bodies exist side by side under the BBNJ agreement will, of course, raise questions on how they will interact. So if you look at paragraph 4 of this Article 55, you will see that it says that the Implementation and Compliance Committee may draw on appropriate information from bodies established under this agreement. And this suggests that it could draw from information from the dispute settlement bodies. But the question is, what kind of information can the committee draw from? Can the information include findings of non-compliance, of violations of the agreement from a dispute settlement body, or does the information contain those that relate to the interpretation of the different obligations? And vice versa, you will also have to question then, can the dispute settlement body have recourse to the work of the committee in deciding disputes? And there are different scenarios where this could happen, but I'd just like to flag out one scenario, and that is that in the Implementation and Compliance Committee, in existing models, there is the possibility for a state to self-trigger the non-compliance mechanism. So to say that, well, I may not be able to meet these obligations, please help me. And that's where the Implementation and Compliance Committee will come in and provide the needed resources. However, if in a scenario where there was a case that is brought against this very party that self-triggered the non-compliance committee, can a dispute settlement body rely on the non-compliance procedure before the Implementation Committee in order to find breaches of the agreements? If this were the case, I would think that it would very much disincentivize developing countries to self-trigger, and they are the ones that really need the help from the Compliance Committee. So in previous multilateral environmental agreements, some of them contain these without prejudice clause to as determine the relationship between these two bodies. And maybe this is something that could be considered when the COP sets up the Implementation and Compliance Committee. The other relationship I have here is between the dispute settlement body and the COPs. So as I said, the COP under the BBNJ agreement has been given very strong mandate, and one of them is to make binding decisions relating to ADMTs, including MPAs. But if you look at Article 23 of paragraph 4, you'll see that if a state is not happy with this binding decision, it can make an objection. And the grounds for objection you can find in paragraph 5. But then even when the state makes an objection to a binding decision of the COP, paragraph 6 still requires the state to adopt alternative measures that are equivalent to the measure in the binding decision. So the scenario I have in mind, and of course academics loves to think of different scenarios, is that if the party or state or a state or states that are unhappy with the decision, and they are not just simply happy with this sort of unilateral objection, could there be a way for them to hold the COP accountable for decisions which in their view would be inconsistent with the agreement? Either before the implementation committee or before a dispute settlement body. Now, if it were before a dispute settlement body, before an unclosed tribunal, in a contentious proceeding, a COP would simply not have standing. So that would not be a possible venue for the COP to be held accountable. But I think there are still two avenues that could be explored. The first avenue is one that is inspired by RFMOs. And in several RFMOs, there's a unique and special procedure that's called review panels, in which a RFMO party could challenge the decision of the RFMO itself. And then a procedure would be set up for the decision of the RFMO to be reviewed. So this could perhaps be something that could be considered, and a review panel may be set up under the Implementation and Compliance Committee of the BBNJ agreement. The second option is the clause through ITLOS advisory opinion. And I'm not talking here about the power of the COP under Article 47 per se, but I'm thinking whether it would be an option for states that are like-minded, so states who come together objecting to the decision of the implementation committee to seek an advisory opinion before it lost through the unclosed mechanism. Of course, with the advisory opinion on IUU fishing and the advisory opinion on climate change before unclosed, the door has been open for advisory opinions to be brought to ITLOS. But here, I think the way that the question is formulated to be brought before ITLOS is very important, because if the question is formulated as, oh, did the COP violate the BBNJ agreement, the ITLOS might be, in my view, hesitant to answer that question in case it sort of encroaches on the power and mandate of the COP. But if the question is formulated as focusing on the legality or illegality of the decision or the measure itself, and worded broadly as compatibility of measures with the agreement, I think there would be a bit wider for ITLOS to accept these requests. So I think there are, as I illustrated, quite a few things that are already set in stone, or set in place, the knowns, but how these provisions will apply and play out once these bodies start to operate, there's still quite a few unknowns. But there are existing models out there that could provide inspiration for the BBNJ COP when they actually get to work in establishing these bodies. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Lan Nguyen, for your in-depth analysis of yet another relationship between the BBNJ agreement and other legal frameworks, emphasizing on the legal coherence, especially when it comes to dispute settlements in between these legal frameworks. So thank you very much for that very in-depth analysis. Now let us move to the last speaker, but by no means the least speaker in this whole conference. And I have the honor of inviting Professor Nelle Matzlock, who is a professor of public international law at Kiel University of Germany and co-director of the Walter Schocking Institute for International Law. Professor Locke, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. It seems if I look at my watch, it seems I have 3 minutes left for the last presentation. I'm between the question and the question and answer session and your well-deserved end of the conference. But nevertheless, I would like to give you a brief overview about dispute settlement under the BBNJ agreement, including advisory jurisdiction. And I think it fits quite nicely with what has been said before. So in this panel, in the very first presentation, there was already in the context of developing countries, the naming of a peaceful settlement of disputes. And just in the last talk, Lan has mentioned advisory jurisdiction and other possibilities of states within COP decisions to bring such an advisory opinion. I would very briefly like to go into dispute settlement under UNCLOS, but really just as a small reminder, because I guess a lot has already been said, and then look slightly more closely at dispute settlement in the BBNJ agreement, a word on advisory jurisdiction and its chances. I think most here at the moment after the advisory opinion of May are very much in favor of such an instrument to interpret and develop the law of the sea towards more sustainability. And I'll end with a short assessment in the conclusion. So just as a reminder to all of us, what are we talking about? We talk about Part 15 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as one of the cornerstones really for marine dispute resolution. We have a very strong emphasis here on the compulsory procedures. We do have diplomatic measures and means included, but if we talk about differences between UNCLOS and other multilateral environmental, but also other multilateral agreements, it is really the focus on the compulsory procedures that we look at. In essence, in UNCLOS, we have a comprehensive framework to balance negotiations, to balance some kind of contact, diplomatic contact before, then we enter into compulsory procedures or have possibilities to enter into such proceedings with all the issues that are exempt or where states can opt out. But it's a very, I think, unprecedented balance and a strong emphasis on jurisdiction of the law of the sea tribunal or the ICJ or arbitration, all as a means to safeguard that the interpretation and the application of the convention can be addressed effectively in third-party dispute settlement. I've mentioned diplomatic means and the compulsory procedures between courts and arbitral tribunals, but also other issues are compulsory conciliation, and this has been used once with Timor-Leste and Australia, is another particularity, whereas since conciliation procedures, the result is not binding, but the way into these proceedings is foreseen by the convention. Now let's have a look at the dispute settlement mechanisms in the BBNJ agreement. And I think one again of the particularities and one of the benefits of having the BBNJ agreement and implementing agreement to the Law of the Sea Convention is that we repeat basically Part 15 of the UNCLOS. So we have Part 9 of the BBNJ agreement addresses the peaceful settlement of disputes, and it starts sort of very traditionally to refer to cooperation, to emphasize peaceful means and any diplomatic means, peaceful diplomatic means of the parties' choice. But then eventually it gets more strict in a way. Already we have for disputes of a technical nature a reference to Article 59 of the BBNJ agreement to have an expert panel, an ad hoc expert panel to solve such difficulties where you need particular expertise. And then we have the reference to the UNCLOS framework, so the reference to Part 15 of the UNCLOS. And that means that, again, this large multilateral environmental agreement is open to compulsory dispute resolution. And I think this is really one of the maybe underestimated benefits of this agreement. It includes and has to include dispute settlement with non-parties to UNCLOS, since, you know, the BBNJ agreement is open to parties that are not parties to the convention, deliberately doing so. And for those sides, it may be a greater hurdle or obstacle to actually also agree to this compulsory dispute settlement. Keeping in mind that we have some states where the assumption is that they are not party to the Law of the Sea Convention because of the strong part on obligatory dispute settlement. For those states to now, via the BBNJ agreement, agree to the same standards may be an obstacle. At the same time, I think it's one of the benefits. So in essence, if we look at what disputes can arise, we have mechanisms in the BBNJ agreement that are fit to handle a wide range of disputes. So we can think about scenarios about conflicts over access to genetic resources, certainly at one of the maybe in the future most controversial issues. We can have disagreements on conservation measures, and Lan has just pointed to some constellations where individual states opt out from area-based management tools, but at the same time have certain obligations. Same applies to environmental impact assessment. Article 60, paragraph 8 BBNJ agreement refers to procedures under other instruments for parties which are members of such a body. And here I think the nature of the BBNJ agreement to try to refer and incorporate other issues while leaving competencies with the relevant bodies shows very clearly, because we do have the compulsory mechanisms of the convention. At the same time, parties that are, for example, members to a regional agreement can opt for other dispute settlements. So they can decide that they do not want to go to the tribunal or to the ICJ, but can use other means. For example, just one example, for the OSPAR Commission on our dispute settlement. So in a way, at the beginning, it looks very sort of hierarchy, like very streamlining towards UNCLOS. And now here with paragraph 8, it gives the impression of being more fragmented again in a way that parties can choose. One, again, particularity, I think, that can be explained from our arbitration cases under UNCLOS, such as the South China Sea arbitration, is that any questions concerning sovereignty are explicitly included. So relatively lengthy paragraphs that say wherever the issue of sovereignty would need to be touched upon, not necessarily decided, but touched upon in dispute settlement, these proceedings are excluded from the compulsory mechanisms of dispute settlement. Again, I think to lower the hurdle, to lower obstacles for states in doubt whether such cases could come up from joining the agreement. A last short word on advisory jurisdiction. Article 47 has already been mentioned, the mandate to the COP to request an advisory opinion from ITLOS. I think it's a very good instrument, and as many of my colleagues, I'm a big supporter now of advisory opinions, because I think I'm very much in line and the ideas that have been proposed in May. The particularity here may be that it's a very potential broad scope of application, because the potential request concerns can concern any proposal within the competence of the COP in the way that it regards to conformity of activities with the BBNJ agreement. That's a relatively broad approach. At the same time, if competencies of other bodies are involved or questions of sovereignty are necessarily involved, an advisory opinion shall not be sought. And I think that's my point of criticism here. I think that is a lost chance because the way the BBNJ agreement institutionally is built, most of the time other bodies are involved. That's how the BBNJ agreement is structured. So for fisheries, for seabed mining, for other regional issues, we will always have other bodies involved. And to exclude this from the advisory opinions, the request, I think, is a missed opportunity because we have seen in the last advisory opinion by ITLOS how prudently and how aptly the tribunal involves considerations of regime interaction. And I think it would have been a good opportunity without really overstepping competencies of other bodies to have them involved because, as we all know, advisory opinions are not binding. So it wouldn't really be overstepping competencies. But that's my perspective on a more holistic way of interpreting and of regime interaction. I find it interesting that the COP can label request as a matter of urgency. I'm curious to see how the tribunal will deal with that. I've already said a few words on our assessment. So dispute settlement, I think in principle are as strong as those under UNCLOS. They are open to include non-UNCLOS parties. That's important. I think excluding matters of sovereignty is more of a declaratory nature, but will have been important for states. The advisory jurisdiction upon request is a very valuable addition, although I think that the exclusion of all matters would not have necessarily been necessary. And with that, I'd like to conclude and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Matt Slock, for yet another wonderful presentation on disputes settlement and how we can integrate the various regimes of dispute settlements in to have an effective implementation process. And that's a stark reminder to all of us that in order to have good cooperation, you really have to think about dispute settlements, and you have to have very sound and working dispute settlements in order to effectively implement important agreements such as the BBNJ. So we've heard 4 wonderful presentations from very prominent experts tackling various aspects of the implementation of the BBNJ agreement. Now we have about 20 minutes left for the Q&A, and I encourage you to any of you who have any remaining questions throughout the day. Now is the time to ask our brilliant experts to help you resolve all your remaining queries. Yes, Dr. Sung, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sung. I would like to thank all the panelists, especially the last one, for providing a very comprehensive presentation on the opportunities and challenges for developing countries, or the role of international organization, and especially the dispute mechanism under the agreement. So my question come from the idea of Mr. Thang, who said that we need food for thought. So my idea is money for implementation. In the presentation of Ms. Karan, and you have say about the funding from the international organization funding mechanism. So in the BBNJ agreement, the agreement set funding mechanism which may come from the voluntary trust fund from the conference of parties, or the financial may come from the a special fund by developed countries. as well as the payment from the utilization of marine genetic resources, and also from the global environment facilities. So I wonder if how can we manage to raise the fund, or to is there any effective mechanism so that all the commitment, the financial commitment will be paid, or it will come to a stalemate like the UN conference, climate change conference, which take place, which are taking place, in which developing states, developed states may refuse to pay the money they committed, and it may give difficulties in implementing the agreement, especially for developing countries, because we need money to, for example, in proposing the ABMT, or establishing conservation measures in the high sea. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sung. Any further questions from this conference room? While you're thinking about questions, there are a couple of questions that comes online that I'd like to read it out for you. Number one, what specific policy tools or frameworks should be developed to foster cooperation between states, industries, and non-governmental stakeholders like the ABNJ? The second question, what policies can help facilitate the establishment of a comprehensive deep sea mining code that addresses both environmental protection and economic interests? And the third question, how can environmental protection be guaranteed within the BBNJ agreement, particularly concerning biodiversity in the deep sea and other vulnerable ecosystems? So we have 4 questions. Feel free to tackle any one of them, or all of them. Please. Anyone would like to go ahead? Yes, please.
Yes, maybe I'll start with the financial mechanisms. I think the person who posed the question rightly recognized that in this day, a number of different agreements and international and multilateral institutions and bodies are face the challenge of a consistent and reliable funding source to support states parties in the implementation of their commitments within those various agreements. And that's particularly, particularly affects developing countries and least developing countries. And I think that is why you see that the BBNJ agreement and in the negotiations, they created a variety of different mechanisms to provide the maximum flexibility for funding sources that could be available from different sources. So the voluntary trust fund, I think, is mainly to support the participation of delegates from developing countries to be able to participate in future COP meetings and preparatory commission meetings, and as it had also been used in the negotiations for delegates to come to the negotiations. The GEF fund as a potential implementator of the special fund is we'll see one of the decisions that will have to be taken by the COP, if not the first COP very early on, is to invite the GEF to be the official funding mechanism, and as that financial mechanism is built out then with the GEF, and they are actually, I was at a recent conference where the GEF representative was saying that they are actually going to be starting in January their GEF 9 negotiations, and that will overlap for the 2027 to 2026 to 2030 period. So if we are expecting entry into force of the agreement for 2030, participating in the JEF9 negotiations and making sure that there is a discussion about allocation of funds for the BB&J agreement will be critical. And then the benefit sharing fund, we'll have to see how that is. There are lots of decisions the COP have to make to develop that out further. So that may be delayed in being funds being input into that. And then I think, some of the funding from that I mentioned, bilateral commitments from governments, as well as philanthropic funding, to be seen whether that may play a role in the official funding mechanisms and structure of the agreement. But as in other fora, it can also sit outside of that and complement it through other arrangements. I've spoken a lot. I have other thoughts on the other questions as well, but I want to give the other panelists an opportunity to speak as well.
Thank you, Liz. You can always come back for a second round. Any other comments? Yes, Professor Matslock.
Yes, thank you. One of the question concerns how to really foster and support cooperation between states. And I think here we will have to, for a bit, we have to wait and see how the implementation phase of the agreement after its entry into force works. But I think particularly via the clearinghouse mechanism, so information sharing, there will be opportunities for states to cooperate on a basis of knowledge. And here I have just said that I see a kind of fragmentation with all the different regional bodies and their competencies. At the same time, I think for cooperation of states, this is a chance because states are already cooperating in a multitude of different bodies. And after the entry into force, the topic of the BB&J agreement will come onto the agenda of those bodies. And I think here the implementation of the agreement can really be supported by already existing structures for cooperation. Because for cooperation, we need a forum, we need a structure, we need an institution. And we already have those institutions where the topic will be on the agenda. At the same time, within the meetings of the COP, then I think more topics will be identified that will then in the implementation phase foster more cooperation. And I also like the thought of Liz in the beginning that the first comers now, after the entry into force, they will be the ones who will be shaping by the interpretation and the practice of the agreement. And I think that's also a very strong connecting bond for those states to cooperate more closely. I don't want to promote the idea of a kind of a coalition of the most eager, but it will be a connecting element which from there on could spread. So I don't see an issue really with cooperation or a lack of cooperation with states, but certainly we have to wait for the implementation phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, Lan, please.
Thank you. So I think I'll just offer some thoughts on the second and the third question. They're overlapping to a certain extent, parts of them at least. And I'd like to just share some thoughts on the cooperation between the BB&J agreement and seabed mining and the vulnerable biodiversity in the deep sea, and what mechanisms or what tools can be put in place to foster better environmental protection in that regard. So I'm being very picky and choosy here. So I'm just gonna focus on the institutional aspect of this question to follow my presentation. But I think basically it relates to one of, I think the previous speaker, Dick Vijay, had mentioned the cooperation and the coordination between BB&J institutions and the ISA. And of course, we all know that the ISA is the body that governs deep seabed mining. So any sort of policies that touch upon mining activities in the deep seabed, even those that have environmental impact, would have to require cooperation and consultation between BB&J institutions and the ISA. So for example, just to think of another scenario in my head, if, for example, deep seabed mining causes serious damage to the marine environment, that of course the deep seabed mining activity falls within the purview of the ISA. But the environmental impact on the deep seabed, being an area beyond national jurisdiction, would also trigger the application of the various obligations under the BBNJ agreement. Article 24, I think, of the BBNJ agreement allows, and Nella has alluded to this before, the COP to take emergency measures. And one of these emergency measures could relate to when there are serious threats to the marine environment. Of course, any emergency measures that the COP were to take would have to be in consultation with the ISA. And of course, also in light of Article 5 of not undermining the mandate of the ISA, but just the fact that the emergency measure were to be put on the table, that would encourage or would facilitate or compel even the ISA to cooperate and to talk and discuss with the COP. So I think basically to go back to the very nature of or the very purpose of the BBNJ agreement, the policies or the tools put in place would be those to really foster cooperation to put in place mechanisms, forums and platforms and mechanisms for different institutions within and beyond the BBNJ to talk, to discuss to each other, and to take into account the work of each other and not being fragmented as it is at the moment. Thank you. I don't know if that answers the question, but thanks.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Lan. And Professor Tao, do you have any comments?
Yeah. Thank you. I think that we need first ratification, but yet I would draw the attention on the rapid ratification, but effective. We need also the balance of the participation from developed country and developing country. Yeah. Now we have only 14 states ratify BBNJ agreement, but all from developing country, but no any developed country. And I remind you that the UNCLOS, yeah, we have also 12 years for coming into force. Only when we have also agreement on modification of the part 11, yeah, related to the deep sea mining. And now deep sea mining, there is no any activity on exploitation. So that we need also the caution on the ratification. We need effective ratification, yeah, with the participation, wide participation of all states, developed and developing country. Second point, so that I think that the BBNJ agreement give only general provisions, and it need also the work of the conference of the parties to develop great idea, to identify the new method and the connection of the institutional arrangement, existing and future, yeah, so that developing country and developed state must collaborate, and also to develop not only the fund, yeah, but also how to develop, to identify, to participate with the high quality participation of the high quality, high experts. Yes, so developing country now there is no any research version in the high sea, yeah, for the biodiversity in the area beyond national jurisdiction. Yeah, we don't have any expert to raise the question, to evaluate it, and to control also the recommendation, the resolution of the conference of the party. Yes. So for developing country, we need develop our capacity building and also how to optimize the support and marine technology transfers from developed state. And so that I think that there are many questions before us to implement successfully BBNJ agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Thao. Liz, did you raise your hand? Did you have something to add? Please.
I did. Thank you. Since you so graciously invited me to come back again, I'll take that opportunity. And I just wanted to follow on to say that it's true that of the 14 ratifications that have been deposited at the UN Treaty Office, they are all developing countries. We are aware that France has also recently, their parliament has actually ratified the agreement, as well as Latvia. Our understanding in talking to those countries that there's it is unclear to us whether they will deposit their ratification separate from other EU member states as a whole. But just to say, there is progress being made on the developed country side. So I just wanted to make note of that. I think that on specific policy tools that facilitate coordination, I point to the articles in the ABMT section that on the consultation process. That is a very robust consultation process that involves a very detailed list, inclusive of all international bodies and all types of stakeholders. And I know that there will be further elaboration on that once within the COP, but I think that is a very robust mechanism for consultation and coordination particularly on ABMTs and MPAs. To make sure that all views and all stakeholders have the opportunity to express their views on a proposal, that those views have to be taken into account by the proponents of the proposal and then revised as appropriate and then resubmitted. So I think that is a key aspect of that. As far as the other bodies, international bodies and frameworks reporting back and coordinating with the COP itself, there is an invitation to those bodies, again, within the ABMT section for those bodies to attend the COPs and also to report back on their activities towards the implementation of the agreement. And so there is that open invitation and expectation, I think, that other bodies will come to the BB&J Conference of the Parties and they're not mandated to, but will want to share with states parties what they are doing towards the effective implementation of the agreement. And then lastly, just very briefly on the DSM and ISA issue, I think there's a lot more conversation to be had about the overlaps and needs for marine scientific research. There is a lot of marine scientific research that's being done by contracting states and industries at the ISA. However, not all of that information is made publicly available or publicly accessible, and improvements on that will in that accessibility and transparency would greatly benefit all of our knowledge about the deep sea ecosystem and environment, so that we can all make the best determinations as to whether there can be a balance of those activities with the conservation and objectives of maintaining a healthy ocean. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. Time is quickly running out. So allow me to ask the last questions to all of the four panelists. There's a lot of not only legal experts in this room, there are a lot of government agencies, lots of embassies, lots of representatives of the government's agencies here. They're all looking forward to advices on what they need to bring back to ready themselves for the implementation of this very important and futuristic agreement. So what do you think are the three top priority, most urgent tasks that any governments or government agencies would have to think about and to prepare themselves in order to get themselves ready for the implementation of this agreement? What do you think are the top three most urgent tasks that they all need to do? Anyone would like to tackle that first? Okay, Professor Mats Clark, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think the top priority to get ready for implementation is to carefully revise the current legal regulations already in place to identify what really needs to be done for implementation, and then have a broad process of advice before drafting legislation. So ask our experts for advice on what really to do. And our third top priority would be for me to identify mechanisms that allow for flexibility and change once we know in the implementation phase where the real difficulties for national implementing legislation are.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant. Any other? Yes, Liz, please.
Sorry, I jumped in first. Yeah, I think really briefly, first thing is to make it a priority. You have a lot, everyone has a lot of other things and pressing issues on your agendas and on your work desks. So making it a priority will be the first thing to making sure that it can move forward in a timely way. Two is stakeholder engagement. As you mentioned, all the different people in the room there, and I'm sorry I'm not there with you, are very important to this process and need to understand the agreement on the implementation side and the implications, and also have expertise to bring to the negotiations and to the future COP. And so I think fully understanding the resources within a national context is very important. And then just to echo the third piece about sort of understanding the obligations and the making sure that the laws and regulations are fit for purpose, if not at the moment of ratification, that at least there's a pathway after ratification towards that legislative and regulatory implementation domestically. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Lan, please.
Yes, I'd like to just follow up on the last point that Lee says, is to have a good and comprehensive understanding of the obligations that are required in the BBNJ agreement. But to say that for a lot, perhaps, of developing countries, that's a huge task. So I guess the priority is, of course, to equip the government or the relevant agencies of a good understanding of what the BBNJ requires, because that would be the first step in order to conduct any other steps of revising the legislation or putting in place mechanisms. And in this regard, it's perhaps not a piece of advice for the government or the stakeholders, but for the PrepCom itself to consider when discussing ways forwards for implementation, to see if there are any mechanisms or procedures to provide assistance and support to developing countries who struggle in terms of capacity to understand and to implement.
Thank you very much, Lan. And last, Professor Tao, please.
So I think that before we have three priorities. The first, I think that the state need to carry out the national assessment. What do we need? What we lack? For the BBNJ requirement. To revise the law and regulation, and the second, so that we should actively cooperate with NGO, other state, regional, and international organization, and also specialized organization like IMO, OTCAS, and other. And the third, I think that we should develop our plan, our policy on increasing capacity building of each state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So with that, I think we beautifully can conclude the last session of today's conference. And I believe that everyone should be happy because everyone has benefited a lot from the 4 wonderful presentation. Plus, they have something home to recommend to their government also. So, thank you very much. All the online panelists as well as Professor Hong Tao for your wonderful contributions. Please join me in thanking our wonderful experts in today's last session. Well, here I am again, and we have now come to the concluding sessions of today's conference. And I'll tell you the truth, before organizing this conference on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, I really thought this was an area beyond my understanding. And it was still now, because the level of depth, the level of expertise in this room really is beyond my expectation. And I can only thank you for the wonderful contribution you have done and you have made and you have brought to this conference to help others, but not me, better understand this very sophisticated yet very important topic. I think the dialogue we had today has also unpacked the main topics of the BBNJ agreement and also help us navigate towards the prospect of a mining code. It also helped us understand and promote a common understanding on the BBNJ agreement, but most importantly, to prepare for a very important new chapter, and that is the implementation and promotion of cooperation under the BBNJ agreement. I think we've tackled a lot of issues through different aspects, through different interests. But I sense that there are recurring topics that is mentioned and is referred to by many of the speakers. First, how to balance the conservation and sustainable use of marine resources, genetic resources beyond national jurisdiction. Secondly, how to ensure equity and inclusivity. And therefore, we discuss a lot about the relationship between developing and developed countries and their roles in implementing this agreement. We discussed a lot about dispute settlement, and we discussed about the involvement of stakeholders, how to involve stakeholders into the implementation of this agreement. Environment obviously is a primary concern, and how to ensure we always have the environment in our mind in the utilizations of the rights, the new rights that this BBNJ agreement brought about is a primary concern, and how we can protect the environment and how we can give advance warnings on possible damage to the environment during the process of implementations of the agreement seems to be an interest by every stakeholders. Transparency is a recurring term, is a recurring theme, and there have been a lot of measures and solutions on how to ensure consistent transparency through mechanisms such as monitoring. But then there's the questions of how much monitoring is going to be adequate and how much monitoring is enough and through which mechanisms and by whom. I think that's the topic that has been raised time and again during the conversation. Sustainability of the cooperative efforts is also an interest by many, and how we can build capacity, whether human capacity or financial capacity, to ensure sustainable and consistent participation of all the stakeholders is also a huge question, and it came up again in the last session as well. International cooperation is, of course, fundamental in ensuring effective implementation of this agreement and related agreement, and therefore there has been a lot of ideas floating around in order to promote international cooperation among the states, but also between international organizations and between international organizations and the states itself. But very important is to keep our mind open and keep an open system for international cooperation. So I believe that everyone is going to have their own takeaways from this conference, but I believe that that is enough of the topics raised during the conference that can make you happy coming out of this conference. There are, I think, a couple of follow-ups which we thought that is going to worth our further efforts on this exercise. First, we need to promote further understanding and common activities towards ratification. Professor Thao emphasized this more again in the last session, how to ensure more rapid ratification, not just from developing countries, but also developed countries. Secondly, how to prepare for the implementation through creative ways and through collaborative and cooperative, through, for example, creating linkages between existing frameworks and mechanisms and bodies. I think these are also a topic of the last session, and I think a lot of ideas, particularly in the slides Lise provided for us, lots of great ideas that came up. We need to also discuss the interpretation of the general principles and mechanisms provided under the BBNJ agreement and the potential mining code to create measures for potential implementation. So there are a lot of ideas that was suggested by the panelists and by the participants in today's conference that will provoke our further thinking and invite our further discussion and debate on the process of implementations of this BBNJ agreement. So with that, I'd like to thank you once again for your participation. I would like to especially thank the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, our partner in this wonderful exercise, whose chief representative unfortunately have left us because he has another business, but whose other representative still remains. Thank you very much, Phương. I'd like to thank all the panelists, the moderators, and the participants to this conference who have helped enrich the conversations and the dialogues and the debates. I'd like to also thank the interpreters who've been working very hard, quietly behind the scene. Thank you very much. Are you there? Are you interpreting this? I'd like to also thank the Cần Thơ city for facilitating our venue and ensuring that we have a safe and pleasant meeting in their wonderful city. I'm sure after this, many of you will stay on, many of you will take the opportunities to explore the Mekong Delta and what treasures they have to offer. So enjoy yourself in this wonderful and beautiful city. And lastly, I'd like to thank the South China Sea Institute, whose Director General has been very busy keeping all this together, making it more efficient, nicer, and more pleasant for all the participants every time. So thank you very much, Professor Lanang and all of her team, who has been scattering around in this room and further and outside as well, to make sure that you are well received and well taken care of from the very early days of establishing connections with you until you depart for the next possible meeting. So thank you very much, South China Sea Institute. And of course, we have the quiet technicians who have been ensuring that the connections are smooth. The screens you see is what it is intended to see, who have been working and practicing a lot so that they don't mess up and mix up the presentation, so that one presentation, that is on the screen that is actually yours. So thank you very much, the technicians. So with that, I'd like to once again thank you all and looking forward to welcoming you back to Vietnam for the next iterations of the Ocean Dialogues. And enjoy your stay in Cần Thơ and have a safe trip home. Until the next time, thank you.